What is up, everybody? Welcome once again, and happy Saturday. We are embarking on the final leg, I suppose, of the old Onimusha quest marathon thing. I don't know. We're playing Onimusha. We're playing Shin Onimusha, Dawn of Dreams. In a little bit. We gotta do a little bit of chatting. Gotta warm up the crowd first, right? How's everybody doing? Running wild. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. And of course, Lord Nico Jazz, thank you incredibly, endlessly much for your frankly unreasonable levels of support. 18 months of tier 3 subbing. Well, I'm not sure if you've been a tier 3 sub for that entire time. I'm not sure if that even, like, how one would keep track of that. But hey, you've got a new skull. I guess your crown is probably, hopefully, visible now. But yeah, thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. So yeah, we played some fighting games yesterday. Always a good time. Always a good time. And we are heading into, I mean, the final stretch of 2021. Like, it's, man, shit's crazy. It's, like Christmas and New Year's. Like, I don't know, December's a weird month, because it's like, as soon as you're approaching December, all of a sudden it's like, the end of the year is in sight, and, like, I don't know, I feel like December is a month that just always, it's just a blur. Like, does anything ever happen in December? I don't know, it kind of feels like it's just, you know, the first 3.5 weeks of December is just kind of waiting for Christmas, and then it's Christmas, and then it's New Year's, and then all of a sudden it's the next year, and it's January, and it's, you know, everything that comes with that. It's weird. So I'm thinking a lot nowadays of like, what I want to kind of get done, like, stream-wise, if nothing else, before the end of the year. Because I keep kind of thinking, not necessarily that I'm gonna, like, immediately start a bunch of new things as soon as it's January, but like, things that I didn't get to do or get to start during this year that I kind of feel like, well, maybe next year. Maybe the next year is the year of, you know, whatever. And now all of a sudden it's like, I have this weird long list of stuff that I kind of want to get out of the way, and I feel like it's been kind of lingering. I mean, it's not that, like, to clarify, currently we're talking about Onimusha, and I as I mentioned before, I really want to get to Onimusha 4. I mean, I am excited to play it. It's not like I'm excited to just get it out of the way, but I do want to kind of have it, I want to have a clean slate. And I feel like I haven't had a clean slate in a while, because we did, you know, Final Fight over the summer, and then fairly immediately after the Final Fight stuff wrapped up, I kind of jumped into playing Metroid games. And it wasn't that I didn't have time to play other games, but it was always there, right? It was always there in terms of, like, I should get this done before, you know, Metroid Dread comes out and whatever. And then, you know, my birthday was in September, so that was a thing I had to sort of plan around a little bit. Metroid Dread did come out, and somewhere around there, I guess, is, like, we started playing Onimusha. And now that's been kind of hanging over me. Again, I don't mean to sound like it's this big issue or anything, it's just that while I'm in the middle of something, or while I have this kind of thing that I want to get done, it kind of prevents me a little bit from jumping into too many other things. And Lord knows I have a lot of other things I want to play on stream. Stuff that it's just, you know, not necessarily huge projects or anything, but stuff that's, like big enough that I don't want to start it before I've gotten everything else off my plate first. And currently, I mean, there's Christmas and New Year's and stuff, right? And I will be streaming Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, most likely, because I don't have any other plans, and either I'll be at home doing nothing, or I'll be at home streaming. So the latter sounds a lot more fun. But that means that, you know, I don't want to start a new big game right in the middle of that, probably. So my main goal right now is just to complete Onimusha 4 by the time we roll into Christmas. And once it's January, I should have a kind of clean slate to think of everything else that I want to do. And I mean, there's stuff that's come up before. We've talked about Prince of Persia. We played a couple of Prince of Persia games earlier this year, and I was kind of considering or just like toying with the idea of doing a probably not as exhaustive of a project as I've done with some other things like Double Dragon and Final Fight, but you know, there's definitely a handful of other Prince of Persia games that I really want to play, and I was kind of you know, attaching that to the Sands of Time remake that was originally supposed to come out in like February or March of this year. Actually, it might even have been scheduled for the end of last year originally. But that seems like it's been delayed until, you know, whenever. I still kind of want to play that when it comes out, and maybe that will, you know, provide a good opportunity for playing some other Prince of Persia stuff. Because I mean, what I really want to do more than anything is play like an actual proper version of Prince of Persia 2 that functions correctly, which the Mega Drive version, even the hacked one, didn't really. It was also a kind of subpar port. But I also want to play a bunch of ports of the first game that I either haven't played or haven't played in a long time. We played the Super Famicom version for my birthday, and that was awesome. I love that game. But I really want to play the Mac version. I want to play the PC-98 version if I can. I want to play... there was some other computer version that I forget. I want to play the Game Boy Color version. I want to play the NES version just to see what it's like. I still want to finish the Mega Drive version, even though the Mega Drive version is sadly a broken mess. I still have a weird soft spot for it because the art is so cool. Like, it's the best looking version in my opinion. And I want to, I don't know, I want to conquer Mega Drive Prince of Persia 1. That's eluded me for sure. So, I mean, that's like a whole thing. Obviously, there's other Crazy Climber games that need to be played at some point. And, I mean, I'm more than happy to just come back to the original every now and then. I mean, I want to practice it. I want a 1cc Crazy Climber 2000, for sure. So there's stuff like that. And there's other games like, I think, again, when we were browsing Surugaya on stream the other week, we were looking at some Mega Drive games, and King Colossus came up. And that's a game I really want to play. There was a... and I do own the cartridge. That's like an action RPG kind of a thing with... it seems heavy on action, light on RPG, but it's a cool game. That reminds me of Alcahest that I bought for Super Famicom some year ago, which also seems really cool. There's all, like, some time ago I went through romhacking.net to look for like translation patches and interesting stuff to check out for the Mega Drive and not Super Famicom, but PC Engine. Since I have the ability to play, you know, downloaded stuff on real hardware, I wanted to check for that kind of stuff to see what I found. And there's definitely some stuff on there. There's, well, there's some things that I haven't discussed publicly on stream, so I'll leave that undisclosed for now. But there, you know, suffice to say, there's a long list of games and stuff that I would be interested in checking out, that I just gotta kind of make time for. I also keep kind of circling back, and I think probably I will have to spend some time over the coming weeks to try to reach a decision. I think I first of all have to refresh my memory, but you know, when we came off of the Caped Crusade, my big old Batman project where we played 60-something Batman games over the course of like 2 years, I had a really good time with that. I thought that was really cool. It's been like fodder for a lot of interesting discussion, and like having... It's very fun, I have to admit, whenever I watch other streams or in any kind of conversation where any Batman video game conversation comes up, and I can kind of half jokingly, half not really jokingly, sort of just enter that conversation as somewhat of an authority on Batman games, or at least, you know, just have an opinion on dumb shit, and like, you know, it's fun. I enjoy that.
Unspeakable horror awaits
Lord
you.
Macaw. 22 months of unspeakable horror. That's incredible. Thank you very much, Macaw. I really appreciate it. I was supposed to say greatly, but I do both greatly appreciate and really appreciate your continued support. Appreciate it. So ever since I finished the Batman project, I've been wanting to do something similar. I always just felt that I needed some off time in between, and it's been a long time now because we finished that in what? Was that the spring of? Can't have been spring of 2020. It must have been like the spring of 2019, I think. I don't know. It was a long time ago at this point. Well, it might have been. Well, what's even time? Well, no, spring of 2020 is when I was like sick and I didn't stream for like months. And I don't think that was like in the middle of Batman stuff. In any case, it doesn't matter. The point is, the self-imposed hiatus from big, large-scale projects like that has been going on for a long time. And I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed having the freedom to just play whenever. And for sure, if I'm starting up my next, project on that scale, I need to figure out how I'm going to schedule it and how I'm going to juggle that with other games. So probably what I would end up doing is I would do whatever that project is. I guess the thing is, like, do I do that twice a week? And like maybe assuming I continue my current schedule, maybe I would do the project streams Mondays and Wednesdays, and I would do other stuff on Saturdays with the occasional Friday night bonus stream. Or maybe the other way around. I do only that on Saturdays. I don't know. It's just one of those things I have to figure out. But not to say I'm definitively planning on starting the project as soon as we're in January. But once I'm in January, once we're past Onimusha, once we're past the holidays, I should be in that kind of clean slate situation where something like that would not be an entirely crazy idea. I'm certainly not starting it before then, that's for sure. Just add 2 more stream days. Yeah. Oh, well, that's a simple solution. I wish I'd thought of that. What's up, Sword Fam? Of course, the stream schedule could be revised further. Who's to say? But anyway, those kinds of thoughts occupy my mind for now. I guess I should mention also, by the way, I've definitely been thinking about the future of art requests. I've enjoyed doing it. It's been great. But I have found lately that it's infringing a little bit on my desire to kind of do some other art stuff. Like, it's been fantastic for getting me out of a rut and sort of putting some pressure on me to actually do more drawing. Which before then, I really didn't do as much. But right now, I'm finding myself having a hard time dedicating any amount of time to other creative stuff. So I'm not sure. Like, I had the original vision I had was that I would do it up till, like, I would do up to number 100. I do 100 artworks and then either quit or just sort of take a break or do something. And right now we're at, including the pending illustrations that are in the pipeline right now, that's up to 75, I think. So another 25 is like that's like another 6 months probably. But maybe the new year would be a good opportunity to just sort of not necessarily stop doing them, but just take a break, just like remove that reward for a while and then maybe come back to it. I don't know. That's not I'm not committing to that either. It's just something I've been kind of thinking about. Doseku, what is up? Onimusha, yeah. Onimusha 3 came out in 2004. And this game right here came out in 2006, I believe. And there were some other stuff in between. There was the, well, not in between necessarily, but there was there was Onimusha Tactics for the GBA. There was the fighting game, which I'm not sure if it came out before or after 3, but probably, I would have to guess it was after 3 because it would be weird to do that kind of thing after only 2 games. But I'm not sure. There's been Onimusha Soul, which I think is on mobile. It's some kind of online gacha game or something. It might be, I'm not sure if it's a browser game or a mobile game or what. but that was running for quite a while. But this game apparently was quite... I'm not sure if controversial is the right word, that's maybe overstating it a little bit, but apparently it didn't make a huge splash, because, I mean, evidently a lot of people don't exactly remember it. And I was surprised when I was looking up some quick info earlier today that it had a Metacritic score of like 81, which I guess might be lower than some of the other games, but I would have expected it to be lower based on its reputation. But it's maybe not necessarily that it has a reputation of being bad, it's just a reputation of no one played it, and no one really cared about it too much. But from what I've been told, it's also a very, very mechanically different game, which apparently put off a lot of like dedicated Onimusha fans. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe only the most vocal minority were not happy with the game, and that sort of just colored the, you know, the general, not consensus exactly, but like just the impression. No one remembers playing it, but people remember hearing that people who did play it didn't like it. I don't know. But that's part of the reason why I've been so excited to play it, because I really don't know anything about it. And granted, I've gone into all 4 of these games essentially blind, but this one in particular, like with each previous game, like coming off the one before it, I was able to go in with some expectations. But with this one, all I know is that it's supposed to be different. But why don't we find out? Let's see what it's all about. Oh yeah, I don't have the discs in here. They are, however. So this is also a 2-disc game, which is the first for this series. The back of the box brags about it having more CG and event scenes than any previous game in the series. So the games have kind of become, well, not exponentially perhaps, but each game has been longer than the last. And Onimusha 3 took like 5 streams to get through. So I'm really curious if this game's going to be even longer. What if it's a fishing game? Well, one can only dream, I suppose. So yeah, it's like something about the feed is like, I was trying this earlier before I was live, and there was some weird crackling going on. I don't know if it's, well, maybe I'll restart the retro tank if it's not, if it keeps acting up, but hopefully it'll be fine. Changed. So I can actually see the game here too. That might help. No sick Tomiyasu Hote music video to kick things off, I'm going to assume. Well, that's the other thing, I guess. This game is also a notable departure from the previous games in that it does not feature famous actor likenesses for any of the main characters. Make save data. Yes, thank you. I haven't seen a second of footage of the game. I just read a synopsis on Moby Games to kind of put some info on the stream here. Yep, grotesque scenes of violence, of course, yeah. I very, very briefly skimmed through some, you know, back of the box manual type stuff as well. Oh, alright. Okay, we got Hamasaki Ayumi instead of Tomiyasu Hote. That's a shift in tone, I suppose. No, like, actual music video. I mean, pretty rocky start, though. So this is probably going to get muted, but oh well. It's so weird that this is, like, it's all mixed, like, mixed frame rates, because it's like clips from actual FMVs, but then there's like 60 FPS game footage too. The art continues to look excellent. Yeah, Ayumi Hamasaki is like, well, one of the biggest pop stars in Japan in the last 30 years. I'm not familiar with this song, but I guess most of the songs of hers that I would be familiar with would have been from before 2006. She's also, of course, notable for portraying Yuri Sakazaki in the live-action TV commercial for Art of Fighting 2 back in the day. A woman of many talents. Shin Onimusha. The new Onimusha. Well, I was going to say we are, in fact, playing as a new demon warrior in this game, but you kind of are in every game, so that's not exactly too different. But yeah, clearly they wanted to kind of set this game apart from the previous games, with even the branding, like different gameplay styles. The absolute dankest trivia. I mean, how can you not? How can you not? It's important. It's lore. It's important to the holistic appreciation of the intro FMV cinematic for Shin Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. At least if you ask me. I think I saw something, whether it's on the box or Moby Games. What did I press that? That's what I wanted to do. Options. That apparently there's like 360-degree, like full camera controls and stuff in this game, which might help. Like, funnily enough, most people would probably have said that Onimusha 3 is the one that feels like way more modern than the other games, which, I mean, I guess I don't disagree with that, but it has, you know, Super Mario 64 movement, and it has real-time, it's all real-time 3D. It doesn't have pre-rendered backgrounds, so the camera is much more dynamic. But it's still, you still have zero camera control. It's all predetermined camera angles, and it still has like the hard cut camera transitions. So I found myself being super confused by the like unpredictably cutting cameras way more in Onimusha 3 than in the previous games. Like Onimusha 2 had a few very conspicuous situations, like the Gogan Dante's boss fight, where every single position where you would fight him seems like either you or him were like off screen or like in an awkward angle. But for the most part, it worked out fine. But in Onimusha 3, I felt like I was constantly fighting the camera. So fighting the camera, but also like the sudden camera switches making it really awkward when I had to like change directions to keep going in a straight line and whatever. Like, it was just kind of weird. So I'm really curious if this ends up feeling more like a modern game, so to speak, and how that affects like the overall feel of stuff. But also, you know, of course, if there's a free camera, that's going to have a very significant impact on the environment art and how they build all of that. Because even going from pre-rendered backgrounds to doing everything in real time in Onimusha 3, because they still had the locked camera angles, they would still have a large degree of control to create kind of cinematography, so to speak. Which, coincidentally, was something I think 3 did far weaker than 2, or even 1. Like, there was very few interesting camera angles. Like, the camera was overall just far more perfunctory and kind of uninspired. Which is strange, because you would think going from pre-rendered backgrounds, going from static to a dynamic camera, you wouldn't necessarily think that it's... Like, of course, the static angles are going to have a lot of focus on, like, good-looking camera angles. But being able to have a dynamic camera, you would think the camera work would be more exciting and interesting and fun. But I found it kind of worse, which is unexpected. So we'll see how this compares. So this game goes back for the first time since the original Onimusha to being, well, I guess I shouldn't say fully bilingual, but at least somewhat bilingual. We can set the message text to English. We can also set the voices to English. We're definitely not going to do that. But I'm curious to see which text actually gets translated, because in the first game you can set the text to English, but I think the subtitles were English.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Dino, please, please. What's going on here? Gifted
Unspeakable
subs
horror
left and
awaits
right,
you.
spreading unspeakable horror to everyone, or at least 5 people
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
on this fine Saturday. Thank you, Dino. That's very generous of you. I appreciate it. And to
Unspeakable
everyone
horror awaits
bestowed
you.
with this fine gift, welcome to the Skull Club, and enjoy your
Unspeakable
privileges,
horror awaits
which
you.
are perhaps not many, but you do get a nice little skull by your name, and you get access to a couple of emotes. Which, by the way, I still need to fucking add some more emote. I think I have one open emote slot, and I also filled at least 1 or 2 of the emote slots with just something I had lying around that I wasn't using. So I'm still kind of soliciting ideas if people have them. I think Atomic Runner mentioned something about having the crazy climber enemies that drop shit on you, which I thought was a cool idea. But I looked into it and I found that it didn't actually make for a great. It was kind of hard to make a good, decent emote from it. But I did make an emote of Kong from the flyer from Crazy Climber 2, which is, I mean, it's a pretty good face. I thought it was emote worthy anyway. And of course we have the. I need to do something with MJ. So we've got what's his name, main guy. I can't even remember his name, but suspiciously answering the phone. Thought it was just a quality face. Cobra's all you need. Yeah, I like that one. That's sticking around. That's for sure. I mean, you gotta have the crazy climber. You gotta have Cobra. I was thinking too, like I need to have something. I need to have like a Dead Rising emote and then Prince of Persia emote or something. Like all these games that just keep coming back. But yeah, I'll workshop that over the holidays maybe. Anyway, Onimusha 1, you could set it to text to English, and I think it made like dialogue subtitles and maybe item descriptions, but all of the like the lore text I think was still all in Japanese. So I'm not sure, but we'll find out. We'll make this as English as we can for the benefit of stream viewers and for me, I guess. My Japanese isn't all that great. Subtitles on, vibration on, music on, sound on, stereo, listening point. I think this is some surround stereo shit. Blood color, okay, defaults to red. Red, green off. Okay, red blood, fine. Yeah, this is just calibration, not actual settings. But yeah, it's like 2006. You start seeing more stuff like this. Oh yeah, I should actually adjust this. We adjusted this for Common Rider yesterday to see the life bars. There we go. That's better. Controls. Let's take a look. R1 is for fighting stance. Camera reset only in free camera mode. That's interesting. L1 to defend. That's the same. Square to attack. X to absorb souls. Circle to shiraberu. We gotta inspect, investigate, confirm. All right. Triangle for only senjutsu, special moves. Right stick for camera control. Push to reset camera. All right. So okay, we've gone from optional analog character movement to mandatory analog character movement. I guess we're using the D-pad for real-time weapon switching. Is that it? We're switching something or other. No, it's partner, like we're issuing commands basically to our AI partner with the D-pad. So dedicating the D-pad to that makes me wonder if that's like a big component of the game. We've had AI partners, in previous games, but we didn't issue them commands. Certainly not dedicating the entire D-pad to it. R1 plus circle for kick. Both sticks, or what I'm guessing is Onimusha mode. It's called something different, but it's like Demon Awaken something. Charge triangle, level 3, and then L2 for Gattai Onisenjutsu, fusion demon battle technique. Sounds pretty good. Oh yeah, L2 is change equipment. So or is it like control? I guess we'll have to see. It's not equipment. It's So yeah, I think it's like controls. I'm trying to remember. L2 was like the map button in 3. That was really weird. Yeah, it's back to select now. Yeah, R2 for Ogi, like special technique, special move. We'll probably get a little bit of tutorialized what have you. Hey, it's all in English now. Confirm the ID and enter the password from the Onimusha Dawn of Dreams website. Okay, interesting. Mobile. I'm very curious to do some research on what this is. It would, because these are all like these are all different like phone operators, like mobile, iMode, Vodafone Line, iApply. I don't know why there's a bunch of these that look exactly the same, but yeah. So I have to like enter password to obtain an ID. Yeah, fascinated. Like for 2006 games, it's kind of neat. Yeah, I was actually surprised. I knew that this game was bilingual because I played this for 5 seconds when it first came out. I literally remember the only thing I remember about this is it being bilingual. And I at the time attributed it to Capcom being very kind of globally minded, because this was, I mean, 2006. It's the same year as Lost Planet and Dead Rising. It was coming off of like the failures of the GameCube 5 or whatever. Like DMC3 and RE4 kind of beginning to get Capcom back in the saddle, and Keiji Inafune pushing hard for like targeting a global audience with their games. But I was surprised when we played the first one that even that one was also bilingual. That definitely surprised me. But yeah, it is the Japanese version of the game. We're still playing with Japanese voices, and for all I know, there might still be differences between the versions. Like Onimusha 1, again, it was bilingual, but apparently there was some cutscenes that were like edited or taken out of the English version. So even if you were to play it in English, like it's still different from the actual English version. Yeah, the special stuff we were looking at, it was all different phone providers, like basically something to do with your phone account and linking something to some website or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure it's completely inaccessible now anyway, although you could probably maybe figure out the password stuff or whatever that's supposed to unlock. Who knows? Anyway, let's start a new game. Beginner, easy, normal. Okay, I think we'll do normal. Although it's interesting, Onimusha 2 was a little bit challenging, but 3 was way easier, so I'm curious if this one continues that trajectory. So we'll find out. So I wonder if the cutscenes in the previous games, there was no subtitles during the cutscenes, I think, like the FMV. But I mean, yeah, well, I was gonna say, so maybe that's not like, maybe we don't get English for that, but here we are. The game is on 2 discs though, so having like multiple versions of FMV with English subtitles and shit, that would account for that to some degree. Throwing a lot at us at once here. The CG looks amazing though. I mean, it's cool for every game in this series, like 1 or 2 years, like the immense advancement in quality. Hey, what's up, Pacemaker? Catch you there. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, subtitles are always welcome regardless of circumstance. But it makes my life easier too to not have to awkwardly attempt to translate everything as it happens. Pretty cool. We always gotta like look out for interesting weirdness. Onimusha 2 really set the bar. Then 3, I really like the time travel shit in 3 in terms of building on the weirdness established in 2. But as far as like the depiction of the Genma stuff, it was pretty, you know, it felt a lot more generic in 3. So it'll be interesting to see how this delivers on that front. Hey, what's good, Sharpie? So here's the new main character, I guess. Not a huge fan of his design. Like, he feels kind of bland, but we'll see what he's like as a character. Because I thought Jubei in part 2 was really a pretty shitty character. He looked cool, but he was had zero personality. He was so boring. Like, Samanosuke is not the most... He doesn't have the most well-rounded personality either, but he's at least more charismatic. The characters really, I think, do a lot for these games. Like, the combat's fun, but seeing the characters interact, like, the story and the plot and the narrative isn't, like, super interesting. Okay, well, alright, we got giant robots. That's pretty sick. Like, this is definitely... getting a little closer to the Onimusha 2 vibe, as far as I'm concerned. Pretty good, pretty good. But like the plot and narrative isn't what I really come to these games for. It's more about the atmosphere and the mood and the action. But all that stuff I think is greatly enhanced when the characters are charismatic and interesting. Is he gonna fucking supersize himself? Like, conceptually this is cool, but it's also setting the bar here, because it's already a little disappointing that we don't get to do this in the game. But now the bar is set for what I want to be able to do in this game. And if we're just going to be fighting skeletons in hallways, that's fine and all. But I will want to take out a giant robot. I mean, preferably I would climb the giant robot and, I don't know, take it out from the inside or some shit. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. We've got a baseline of absurdity. I'm excited to see what we'll get in terms of... That's pretty cool. This is like the Onimusha 3 intro. I'm interested to see what we'll get in terms of, you know, environments and locations and stuff, because that was one part where I thought 3. Oh, wow, okay. Stage 1. We got stages. That's different. I mean, 3 was basically... I mean, it was fully linear. They've all been, basically. 1 is the only one that's really sort of kind of feels a little bit like Resident Evil-ish with its map, but... I do like that now that we're in the game, suddenly everything's a bit more vibrant. There's an actual combo system. An actual lock-on system that works in this game. It feels pretty sick so far. Dude, that's incredibly satisfying. Holy shit. Okay, this game kind of owns really hard so far. Break these? Camera feels extremely different. Feels a little weird not... Okay, I can zoom out a little bit. Okay, yeah, so right click will always put the camera behind Soki. R1 will also do the same, but if there's an enemy, I'll lock onto him. Yeah, it feels really smooth. The robot back there. Level up. Okay, I see. So the bar, you kind of keep the combo alive by just landing hits. But the number won't go up until you actually kill an enemy. I see. I see. Oh. So Onimusha 3 is, you know, it's set split between like medieval Japan and modern day Paris. Okay, cool. This is present in game here. Maybe we do get to climb it. We'll see. But a lot of the stages are like really... They don't really do much with the modern day, like, metropolitan setting. There's like one parking lot. There's one alley. There's one sewer. And then you're in a medieval castle anyway, or you're in a zoo. So it was kind of wasted potential in a way. What do with parry? Oh, okay, so you use the right stick too. You're so like swift. Yeah, it's hard to parry when the enemies never attack. Like, of course, compared to Resident Evil or even probably Dino Crisis, like, you always move very agile in these games. It still feels a little different here. Are you making this building smaller? I can't even really tell. That's fine. Those orbs. I want those souls. I would say the biggest kind of difference so far is the camera feels incredibly tight. No down attack? Well, okay, kind of. Kind of like stomping, but... Not stomping, but down stabbing. But even, like, these little interstitial cinematic bits... The presentation, to me, feels more exciting than most of what 3 is like. So far. The game is doing a very good first impression on me, I think. Oh, okay, got Onimusha mode. And we're fighting this dude. I'm definitely a little overwhelmed and confused, but that's fine. sure I could react to that. I don't know, it didn't seem like I took much damage or anything, but yeah, we'll see. Like, I have a feeling that a lot of what we're experiencing here is not necessarily representative of what the game's going to be like. But it's very, I don't know. Camera kind of keeps cutting away, and it's a little hard to have a sense of continuity in the combat. Camera angles sometimes also feel like the camera's very low to the ground. That was a problem in 3 too. There were very few like angles that gave you a good overview of the room to kind of see where enemies are in relation to you. You ended up in these like very flat angles where you kind of are obscuring the enemies, or vice versa. And so far I'm having kind of similar issues here. But again, it's like 2 seconds, and it's a big set piece intro boss fight against a giant robot, so we'll have to see.
玄馬を操り天下を手中にせんとした織田信長。しかし信長は鬼の意志を継ぐ鬼武者たちに撃たれ、燃え盛る本能寺に消えた。
RIP Lord Nobunaga.
そして日本を蹂躙していた玄馬の軍勢も信長の死とともにいずこかへ姿を消していった。信長亡き後、その重臣であった豊臣秀吉によって天下は統一され、長かった戦乱と混迷の時代にようやく終止符が打たれたかと思われた。だが
However,
1596年6月29日、突如として天空にまがまがしき輝きを放つ妖精が現れると、その日を境に天下人となった秀吉は豹変し、再び日本は乱れ始めた。度重なる大陸への派兵、そして殺戮。
heated
イスパ
massacres,
ニア
that's not
戦
good.
サンフェリペ号の捕獲と乗員の殺害、異国人の追放、そして宣教師たちの処刑、豊臣政権下での相次ぐ粛清の嵐。そして時を同じくして今日伏見では大地震が発生し、
Alright, we got
それを
various
皮
bad
切り
omens
に
here.
日本各地でも天変地異が頻発。国土は瞬く間に荒廃していった。そして人心の乱れに呼応するかのごとく、日本各地で再び玄馬が姿を現し、人々を殺戮の恐怖に陥れようとしていた。1598年、その混迷の世を嘲笑うかのように天空の妖精は輝きを増し、今何かが帯同しようとしていた。
I guess it's like RE4 style. Just finish chapters and save. Still this weird thing that immediately upon saving, the game just asks if you want to save, making you instantly uncertain if whether you save or not. This is like incredibly interesting looking. There's so many like effects and stuff on this. Like, I'm like, it's like hard to tell if it's clearly done in engine, but it's like it's this video or if it's this actually rendered in real time. There's no like video artifacts really. There's a lot of post-processing, which I wouldn't expect to see, not to this degree, on a PS2 game.
その荷車置いてこっから立ち去ってくんねえかな。何を抜かすか。これを太閤殿下の二と知っての狼藉か。太閤秀吉ね。とにかくその桜を置いてとっとと消えろ。団衛もそれがしの名を知ってか。貴様この百戦錬磨血だるま団衛門への侮辱ただでは済まぬぞ。やめとけって。お前じゃ俺には勝てねえ。こいつは俺が相手をする。お前たちは荷を駿河の砦に届けるのだ。そりゃ無理だな。
I don't know about this little munchkin, but
これで道はなくなった。このまま帰るか
in about
それとも
45 seconds, this dude has exuded more personality than Jubei did in the entirety of Onimusha 2. I'm on board for that.
おいお前、虫を食ったな。太閤様より賜りし武勇をあげる報告中ならたらふく食ったわ。食えば食うほど力がみなぎる。そう、あの虫を食ったのか。それじゃあ俺はお前を切らなきゃならない。コアッパ、随分余計なことまで知っている。殿下にあだなす盗め、名を名乗るがいい。今ここで成敗してくれる。俺の中虫つきに名乗る名前はねえな。成敗してくれる。
Fucking real-time lore. I mean, I think that's preferable to the text lore dumps in the other games. Even if I can't quite follow it while I'm playing. Combat feels like super responsive and nice. Like all the bright flashing when you hit, like feedback's really good. I mean, the combat felt great in the other games too, mind you. Yeah, it's just a different vibe. Still trying to figure out if I can actually do a down attack. It seemed like I did before, but I'm not sure whether that was like my imagination or what. Blocking seems kind of different though. Yeah, I can't like zoom out. Didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. Go combo. Oh, there we go. There's a down attack. It's weird that they would have taken him out, so I figured there's something at least. Maybe you just have to like stand on top of him. Kinda seems that way. Some kind of a follow-up to the Oni magic. Okay. To keep killing him. Can I dab him? Oh, okay, well, there we go. I guess this must be video.
怪人の早期だ。ダイヤモン、成仏してくれよ。
Looks great though in game 2. It's been really interesting with all these games, just kind of analyzing, getting a feel for the art and the kind of technical aspects. It'll be interesting in terms of like what we see and encounter in the game. There's, you know, a giant robot so far, but even if 3 was a little bit more generic in its depiction of the Genma stuff than 2, it did have time travel. Curious if, what if anything, we'll get in this game to kind of carry that tradition. Mysterious people here.
これはなんたら偶然。秀吉様にあだなす青鬼とはかの有名な不忠者であったか。しかしそうなればおいそれと切るわけにもいかなくなったな。策を練って出直しだ。行くぞ。
I also wonder if this game's gonna have, I didn't even try pausing and looking at any menu screens or anything. But I wonder if it's gonna have, like, customizing armor and stuff. Because every game so far has had some sort of system for armor upgrades. But it's been kind of different how it's handled and what it looks like. Like in the first game, you get a new suit of armor. There's like 1 or 2 armor upgrades that changed the color, at least, of the character's armor, even if it doesn't change the design very much. In Onimusha 2, you can upgrade like 4 different pieces of armor, and they change the look in the game too. It's pretty sick to have like proper fucking Bengus artwork for the portraits. That looks pretty awesome. Okay, there's like a hub thing here, it seems like. Yeah, this character kind of sucks, but whatever. But in 2, there's like, you can upgrade the armor with the soul, same as you upgrade the other stuff, and the armor like barely changes visuals when you change. Like it's really kind of sucks. Cool. So I'm curious to see what it's like in this game. Day 1, I've never seen this game before today. I don't know anything about it. I played through the first 3 games over the past few months. Each of them, I haven't played any of them before. So I don't know anything about this. What's up, Jinkinator? Hatred of children is a bit strong. I mean, I'm not big on anything to do with kids, sure, but it's more about it's a screaming, yelling cartoon in an upside down bag. Like, that's not exactly my favorite type of character. Obviously, you had the Bloody Palace upside down cabbage looking dude in the other games. So there's like some amount of precedent for whatever this is. But for this to be like our, I don't know, buddy, seems, I don't know. Not getting a great vibe off of this fella. But, that's whatever. Yep, we can enhance stuff. Blue armor, shining blue armor. Infuse. Wait, what? Oh. I see. Oh, you can, oh, okay, I can cancel. So, okay, so we can level, so leveling this up takes very little, because we have 500, and we just need 100 for the first. Level 1, okay, so this seems like it's a much more kind of extensive thing. Because in the other games, you can like upgrade each weapon and armor like 3 times over the course of the entire game. This seems quite different. Wow, okay, we got full-on RPG stats. Enhancing can open up the door to learning new fighting techniques. Yeah, this is super different. So what does increasing this actually do? Dude, fucking Chain Isen was so impossible to do in 3. I wonder if it's any different here. Okay, there's... Can we... Huh. Repeatedly press X to increase soul absorption. So, I guess 4 points... Yeah, okay. We just put little points in here. So I wonder if this makes it easier to do this, or however that works. Soul absorptions. Good thing to have. It did say that getting certain... Well, absorbing seems easier in this game anyway, so I don't know. Try putting more points into that. I don't know. It said that based on whether we like buy, so you can see that there's like the chain gauge there. You can kind of, it looks like you can fill out half of it. Or yeah, there's like deflect. It looks like I could get 1 more level, and then there are 2 more levels on top of that, but they're not currently accessible. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm sure we'll figure that out eventually. But yeah, it said like we would get, or it seemed to imply at least, that if we put those over certain thresholds, it'll unlock other abilities. Yeah, here, hey, speak of the devil. This guy. Buy and sell as well as get unknown items appraised.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's the first.
Oh,
okay. Okay, so once we take the weapon to certain levels, we're gonna get other, like, attributes. I can't say I'm a huge fan of, like, just on its surface, this type of a system does not seem like it's... I mean, I'm not into, like, RPG type stuff in general. It seems to me like this is gonna add a layer of... not complexity per se, but, management. Is not necessarily what I'm looking for. Opry? Okay. Once. Alright, whatever. Mysterious pair. I didn't even notice. Okay, well, thanks. That's helpful. I wonder if it's ... No, I'm sure it's nothing. Okay, fine. Han Droid, hello, hello. Yes, this is the 4th Onimusha game. So is this how we leave? So do I wonder if we can enhance stuff. It's obviously, there's no equivalent to the hideout in the other games, so I'm not sure how frequently we'll get to upgrade stuff. But yeah, like... save your souls for weapons you really want to... I don't even know what that means. Like, I would appreciate if you let me ask for advice before giving me advice on how to play. Because I haven't, like, even started playing, so... I'm okay with figuring the game out. Actually, I'm curious to... Like, 100 souls is nothing, whatever, right? So I'm just curious to see... Upgrade to new level. Okay, so it doesn't really, like... Okay, so this would give me a list of armors to pick from. I see. I see. So leveling up the sword will give me access to... Okay, okay. So like level 2 is kind of whatever. No, I mean, it's okay. It's not like a huge deal. I just... Are we going? Yes. Are we really going? Yes. Like, if you keep giving me advice before I look at anything, that's just gonna make it more overwhelming. That's all. But I would have probably held off. Like, again, obviously there's gonna be new weapons. Like, I don't know if weapons are gonna drop every 2 seconds or twice in the game, so... Just one of those things you want to try to get a little feel for. Or committing to anything. This whole, like, episode thing and, like, the stages, like, that feels... That's very different. So far, like, we haven't played anything that allows us to travel further than, like, the size of a closet, either. Which is kind of a different feel. Not that the other games had, like, vast worlds or anything, but obviously you moved around a little more freely from location to location.
Sakuraはないでござる。ならしばらく隠れとこうぜ。それがその近くに人間の気配が。はぐれた野党とかだろ。ほっとけよ。いやいや、子供みたいでござる。それも一人で。はあ、なんで子供がこんなところに。しょうがない。助けに行くぞ。場所はどこだ。裏街道でござる。
Yeah, this fucking mascot characters, I can tell that they're gonna kind of drive me nuts. I mean, they kind of already are. It's not an element. I really appreciated how Free was like, you always had a partner character, so there was like a lot more interaction between the characters. But if this is going to be the general interaction, like the character that's going to provide someone for Soki to have dialogue with, like, oh boy, we might be in for a rough ride. Go a long way. Shortcut. Yeah. I mean, at least this, we don't have to put up with their voice for this stuff. That's nice, I suppose. Collect items. Sure, don't worry about that. Aha. Okay. Oh yeah, I should, Okay, so we'll be able to change... Wow, okay. So there's a whole... Looks like there's going to be a lot of stuff to pick from. List. And there's going to be quite a bit. Okay, so well, okay. Oh yeah, I did collect this before, I see. Oh, pawn. Okay, yeah, it's a shogi piece. Sorry, Japanese chess. Okay, I see. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, I see. Herald, rings, necklaces, other. So the armor... Interesting. The armor doesn't show up here. It's not a thing I can, like, change, I guess? I don't know. But HP, MP, OP, whatever that is. Next level. So the other games, they always start with you having, like, a basic weapon, and then, like, 20 minutes in, you get your actual first proper Oni weapon. I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing here. But maybe that would explain the OP thing not being a thing yet. I don't know. I guess it's the skills. Green, alright. Goals, purse, I see, okay. Break any of these? There we go. There's something in there. More grass. Nope. Medicine level 1. Wait, okay, that's weird. The little thing. Interaction. Oh, I can't control the camera up here. That's kind of funky. It showed up like after I had already interacted with it. Much weight, okay, so maybe with a different character. Man XD, hello, hello, welcome. Run disappeared, I guess, but whatever. So far, not blown away with the locales or anything, but okay, mirrors are gonna be going up across the levels. Good to know. But that was true for the other games too. They tend to start off a little more mundane, where they get kind of a little more interesting. So obviously there's. I mean, we just started. Okay, thank you. So we came in through that door, I guess. This. So I guess. Alright, so I guess we have to go in here and. Oh, there we go. I'm not gonna necessarily bother with any of this stuff because I never did in the first place, and when I have to go through additional menus to even find it, it's even less of a thing. But yes, we are playing the Japanese version. It's my copy right here. It just happens to have options for English text, so for the benefit of the stream, we're playing with English text. Okay, so interesting. There are areas like this with no camera control. Can't talk to them. There's an item here. I'm mashing circle, but there we go. Exploring. Oh, this looks really nice. It's a very simple trick with the puddle just reflecting the sky. Obviously, like, the character isn't being reflected. It's not an actual reflection, basically, but it looks wet, you know? Looks believable. Invention notes. That sounds like it's actual, like... No, wait, hang on. Scrolls, I see. Wait. Documents, scrolls, maps, valuables. Okay. So, let's see. L1 to deflect. Press square with the right timing. You can carry out a breaking critical. Yep, that's it. Isen. Yeah, by increasing the level of this technique, the window of time to perform the deflection increases. Good. That's what I assumed. That's why I put points in it. Wait, it doesn't actually say... Only magic level of 1. Wait. What does only magic level... First of all, I don't know what that means exactly. But also, what does having a magic level have to do with executing a parry? I was trying to just find out what the increase of the critical level actually did. I'm assuming it's going to affect the timing window, but it doesn't say. Well, elemental weapon. Yep. Level of magic will change depending on how long triangle is held. That's a new thing, I think. Anything else here worth mentioning? I don't think so. Glowforge, what is up? Yes, this is a Shin Onimusha t-shirt that I got from the Yeti, I guess. You can probably do this so you can actually see it. That is indeed the case. What's good and happy Saturday to you, by the way. So, hang on. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, so it's like a... I guess it's like a crafting ingredient or something. Who knows? Oh, okay. Well, more souls for us. Yeah, you absorb souls like 50 times faster in this game. I don't even know exactly what we're looking at in the HUD there either, to be honest. There's obviously a chest there. That actually looks like a puzzle box. I can't actually go in here. Oh, whatever. Maybe we climb up there? I don't know. Yeah, the parry stuff for the Isen for best thing about them, I think, in the other games is about, like, they give you way more souls, so it's a good way to, like, level up stuff faster. But even that whole system seems hard to even get a sense for how it's going to work when you don't even, like, the whole equipment system, everything's so different about it. Is he ever going to attack? I want to try defending and parrying, but literally don't attack. Not much of a wind-up to react to compared to low-level enemies in the other games, but there we go. That was pretty cool. They made it look pretty sick. Holy shit, it's going to take 2 years to do this. I mean, obviously you don't have to do this with every enemy or whatever, but... Okay, chaining is like 50 billion times easier too. That's like impossible in Onimusha 3. There's no holding R1 to charge up your like stance in this game. So we're not dropping down here. Well, not dropping down, but getting a lot of items. Very somber music. Okay, yeah, it's box pushing puzzle, I guess. Some kind. That's interesting. Break puzzle box. Found new. Yeah, you're just gonna legitimately just dropping loot. That's quite the departure from previous games. I mean, you can occasionally get items, maybe, I guess, I forget. Not like armor and rings and swords and shit. Right. Okay. Pressing buttons to see if I can push that box somehow. I guess not. Alright, let's see what puzzles we get in this game. Yep, new kinds of puzzles. I guess we're creating straight lines. Yep. Fire dance, okay. Well, there's a new sword. Actually, dark fire, okay. 4 combo. Interesting. So I guess the weapon we had was elemental, just dark. So if I used my special move, I guess it's going to be the same move. Basically, yeah. I wonder if that little red arrow on my Oni meter is indicating... It probably does. Like, it probably means if you have less than this, you won't be able to do a move. That would kind of make sense. Because that was a big problem I had with 3. Where, if you don't have enough meter to use a move, the gauge is like flashing, or it's supposed to be anyway, but the way it's flashing is not very easy to see, so I was frequently tricked into thinking I had enough meter to do a move when I in fact did not. Okay. Running. Not sure what the point of that was, but whatever. Let's actually take a look here. Assuming, okay. Ah, yeah, there we go. Increases defense by 1. Attack power by 1. Increases the power of attack combos by 10%. I'm gonna assume that that's more beneficial than increasing power 1, but how would you know? I'm not sure. Yeah, that's gonna... I probably can't go over here. Yeah. Well, that's how we get to that thing, at least. I guess that implies that we're gonna be... traveling around, or, like, coming back here. Oh, yeah, the, I noticed that before, like, our, little munchkin friend disappeared. Like when we left the room and came back. They disappeared. I don't remember where they were. Here, maybe? I don't know. Interaction thing by that little pile of... Or is that a hole in the wall? I guess it is. I thought it was like a little pile of sand or something. This is a little... cumbersome. Okay, so I can't get through there. I guess I can get through here. Hopefully that's not where we came from. In a place where we can move the camera, I see. Yeah, the entire sort of pacing of this seems a bit awkward. But the combat feels good. Just hitting enemies feels really good. But there's a lot of other things like the camera and just the sense of knowing what we're doing, where we're going, our sense of purpose and feeling of progression. I'm not talking about like the game being bad or how it's working with any of this stuff. I'm just like noting how everything is presented in a different enough way that there's a lot of stuff that I don't have a good grasp of, which feels a little unusual. Just like compared to the other games, like you had a better feel for how things were sort of progressing. His soul has long left the body. Nothing for us to absorb right now. But it's also stuff like the music and like everything feeling kind of, I don't know, not terribly exciting currently. Yeah, the camera's a bit, does feel a little strange. Things outpost map. What's the map button? Huh. Interesting, you see like on the drawing it shows the buildings, but it doesn't like, you don't really get a sense of where you can physically go, or like how much of that is actually depicted in game, so to speak. Oh, so now I can crawl through here. Okay, I didn't think I would be able to. It didn't seem notably larger than the other hole we weren't allowed to crawl through. Pretty hard to make out what's going on there, but that's fine. Okay, I guess we're fighting. Oh, they're actually doing stuff. Holding block. That's really working very well. Holding it to see if I could do a bigger attack, but okay, we did an accidental descent that took out like 60% of the life bar. That's cool. There's actually life bars. I didn't even think about that. We never had that in the other games. Take it this is not same Yagyu Jubei as in Onimusha 2. Oh, it's a morphogenic.
名前は特にないんだよな。あえて言うなら早期かな。最近はそう呼ばれている。お前変わってるな。お前もな。これは生まれつきだ。早期だな。時間がないでござる。
It's definitely got a pretty different vibe. Than the other games. Like, I'm just like the characters. I wouldn't necessarily say that this is like more comedic or lighthearted. And I wouldn't say that the other games are like devoid of that kind of thing or just like weird anime shit or whatever. But like overall, like between the characters that we've seen so far and what they're like and everything, it's a slightly different feel. Have I ever played Neo? I played like the demo or whatever. Seemed pretty cool, but I mean, I have the game, I bought it, but I never played it beyond that, really. Maybe an old temple. Okay. This arc is so awesome. It's kind of whack. There's this weird little gray outline. It's like these images aren't isolated correctly. Strange, but. Change orders. All out attack, wait and recover. Follow on attack. Special art. Okay. I feel like I'm not gonna engage with this all that much. Yeah, I was gonna say the thing on the right, that seems fine, and that's what it's defaulting to, I guess. Keep respawning, I'm guessing, just like the other games. Oh yeah, I guess you have to lock on to see the life bar. Joestar, happy Saturday to you. Yeah, we're still right at the very beginning of the game. Still kind of getting the hang of things. Yeah, I keep, like, the soul meter's on the bottom right. Every like 2 minutes I see it down there. It's like, oh shit, right, that's the thing. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that this is like how do I put it? I'm enjoying these games a lot. I'm enjoying a lot of very different types of games. I have an interest in Neo, but I wouldn't say that it's like because it's like these games, or that it would be interesting because of that, or even that this is a type of game that's strictly like generally the type of game I enjoy. It's hard to put. I'm just like it's hard to put into words exactly what I'm trying to say. But Neo seems fine. Yeah, I don't think there's anything about this that's particularly Muso-like. I mean, it's a lot more like Onimusha games than a Muso game. But yeah, I will say I'm curious to see more of the characters introduced. So I guess there's going to be kind of a party or more side characters anyway. I don't mind these characters at all, really. Well, except the little weird animal baby, but like, you know, I'm thinking of the side characters or the partner characters, whatever you would call them in Onimusha 2. Like, they're quite colorful. And of course, like, you would want the characters to not be the same characters in every game, so like, of course, they would be some characters would feel different and some would feel samey. So the fact that this one particular character doesn't have an analog in any of the other characters doesn't mean that the writing and tone is all different. But that's kind of why I'm curious to see other characters get introduced, to see if it's going to feel... what the overall kind of feeling is going to be like, so to speak. Because based on how this is now, I guess it just feels like a slightly less serious in a way. And if like the overall feel of things is going to keep kind of pushing further in that direction, I can see how people would have felt that this is quite the departure. Back to the old temple, okay. I will say too, I was a little surprised to see that there's like so much non-voiced dialogue. I would have expected this game, like I guess I'm a little worried too that the game's going to keep interrupting with just text to mash through. Like the other games had a bunch of lore text that you can kind of ignore. this might have more like dialogue text that you have to kind of mash through. I mean, we'll see. How did I like 3 in the end? Definitely not as much as 2. I think in some ways it's got some really cool stuff in it, but I think I don't know. I'd have to really think about whether I like 1 or 3 more. I think. Okay. It's like a very, I don't know, video game-ass video game. So, like, I'm just like, what's even happening here? This is weird. Hey, what's up, Led Axel? Rank gold, I guess? A little chest. Secret medicine. Yeah, the camera stuff is weird. I mean, Onimusha 3 had a lot of camera issues. So I'm definitely not saying this is worse. Gonna take some getting used to. How is everything? Everything's pretty alright, I would say. It's getting really fucking cold here, which I'm not happy with. Don't like winter. But I'm doing okay. Where are we going? I don't even know where we're headed. Something about the environment feels really weird. Like, it's hard to... It feels weird. It's a weird, strange way of putting it, but... I feel like I'm, like... It's hard to get a good sense of geography of how things connect, and it's so like you were opening doors and climbing ladders and going through, and the camera's like, I don't know, there's something about it I don't have a good sense of, and I'm not sure if that's going to be a thing in this game or if it's just this area. Like, everything feels really tight, and we're in these like narrow corridors. Wow, I actually have to upgrade every character. Okay. It's just like so much shit like this in this game. Let's try like maxing this out and see if this doesn't exactly do anything. That's fine. So far, there's no, like... Oh, yeah, okay. Wow! Oh my god, okay, so we share points. Oh, okay. So each... I see. So that's probably each character's... Okay, that's starting to make sense now. I thought that, like, Soki was gonna have, like, 45 different weapons. But yeah, so I guess that's the switch button that I was a little confused by. It seems like the description in Japanese was a little ambiguous. I mean, I guess we'll try that then. So I guess that would allow us to go over those little bridge things, I guess. Okay. Yeah, there's just like, I don't know, like grinding was arguably always a thing in these games. But it's more the managing of like 50 different things here that was not a thing in the other games. Like, if anything, that was more streamlined. So, wait. Level max. So what is even max, then? So, level 8, level 9, level max. Is max level Who knows? Who knows? And I don't know how, if or how I can whip this, I guess. So it doesn't show. Okay, whatever. Putting this points towards something, I guess. Is this? Yeah, okay, it went up from 22 to 24. Just like stats stuff is not really a thing in the other games. This way. Oh yeah, we got. Nope, that doesn't switch. That's the Olgi button. Port 1. Okay, interesting. What does this say in English? Actually, okay, just this character change. Only Awakening. Hold charge level 3 followed by L2 for co-op attack. I can't swap now, so I guess it's...
Jube.
Boy. Where are we going? Probably not that way. Wait, can I go up here? Okay. Like, just, I don't know, something about the layout of the environment feels a little more dense in like where you can go, but not any more interesting to explore than the ones in like 3. Getting quite railroaded here, but that's fine. But again, like, it's hard to say how much of anything is representative of anything. I'm trying to lock onto this guy. Right? I'm not even sure what I did to do like multiple attacks there. Oh, so camera angle change. Fine. Power jewel. All right, all right. Like every single menu just feels instantly more clunky in this game. Let's do it. Oh no, I cannot even get a text message. So I can't actually... Oh, there's a ladder here, too. Okay, whatever. Can't just leave... Okay. Oh, wait. Can I unbar the door, maybe? There we go. This is so jarring. So incredibly jarring. Yeah, but I can really see how, like, I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm like the biggest Onimusha fan or anything. I enjoy the other games, but I don't like hold them sacred or anything. But I'm not like upset that this game is different, but there's so many things that like stand out. Like when you've had 3 games that are, for all their differences in terms of presentation and story and aesthetics to a degree, the combat mechanics have been very consistent. The feel of things, and like this game is just like the nature of how this game differs. I suppose it's like not exactly what I expected. Like that's the thing. It's so, the differences are so pervasive. Like every single aspect. Like there are of course mechanically similar stuff. You know, the button layout is very similar. You absorb souls and you put them into weapons to make them more powerful and whatever. But the meters, the combo thing, the map layout, the pacing, the structure, there's like hardly any part that hasn't been touched, you know. Like the lock on the camera, the life bars. Everything about it feels different, just making it ultimately feel kind of foreign. Oh, okay. Yeah, the length, like I don't know, I can't stand long games, and like I said, I bought Neo, and I have the PC version, which I guess I think I got that free on Epic when 2 came out. Seems cool, but feeling like it's probably a 50 billion hour game is definitely gonna put me off even starting any game. Like, I remember enjoying what I played in the demo. Like, it was cool, but it feels daunting for sure. But frankly, I wouldn't say that like the whole samurai demon stuff is, I mean, it's fine, but it's not like that in itself is a super compelling theme. Because it can be kind of bland, you know. Or it's just, I don't know, well-trodden ground. Right? Like juggles. But I basically scores you on souls absorbed. It's everything that's a little bit weird around the edges that I find cool. Like and that's why I find 2 to be so much more interesting than the others, because it's got all this weird stuff. And even 1, like when it gets into certain specifics, and I guess 1 still has that kind of creepy atmosphere to it that it's basically mostly lost in all the sequels. I don't mind the setting or anything. I'm just saying, like, it needs a little bit of something to give it like a little bit of a flavor to make it really stand out, to make it interesting to me. Rooftop, whatever. So there was something else over here. Sweet herb. Okay. I'm assuming this is... Never mind. I was gonna say, I'm assuming this is locked. Well, I guess it just leads to a locked door. Well, I mean, the presentation of the action and everything is cool, but like, I guess my point is just that, like, I'm not playing these games because I'm so into samurai action games. Like, there are plenty of cool games that have that kind of setting. There's, you know, I like the atmosphere and the architecture and the costume design and everything. That's fine and all, but I feel like there's a lot of games that have more interesting aspects going for them than that. Hey, something. I guess I was talking to her. That's not what I meant to do. Dark Souls, you mean whether I find Dark Souls more interesting? Absolutely not. I mean, Demon Souls and Dark Souls are, like, fascinating to me in how they manage to be even remotely appealing to me on, like, a thematic, artistic, aesthetic level. Because medieval fantasy and knights and castles and shit, that's, like, maybe the most uninteresting thing I can think of. Like, in terms of fictional settings. I'm not into grim, dark, gritty, evil stuff. You know? Shit. Alright, this is the only dude that matters. I don't have any... Just walk the her. They didn't have a meter dude special moves, like... Sure, that went way worse than the previous attempt. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, no, don't get me wrong. I like Dark Souls a lot. I think those games are really fascinating and cool. My biggest grievance with those games is just that I miss the times when From Software actually made a variety of interesting games, and now they make one type of game, and that's all they make. I enjoyed Sekiro, but it's the same thing. Like, I think the dour, dark tone of all those games is just depressing, and I don't enjoy it. And I don't know, like Bloodborne, okay, it's like everyone has big floppy hats instead of armor. It's like the difference, I guess. Like, I mentioned that before, like, it's, kind of sucks how, every game that's, like, structured and, you know, similar to that vibe, regardless of what the setting is, it's like it's mandatory part of that genre that it has to be super dour and dark and gray and depressing. Which is kind of weird to me. If people are gonna keep trying to do that sort of thing, which is fine, like... I can't swap her, no. It'd be interesting to see an aesthetically different take. I mean, frankly, I don't think Onimusha... He's not for this work. Use it, can I? Seem like it. So lost. I mean, I would never say that I've ever been a particularly big fan of From Software. Like, I'm just not that intimately familiar with their output. I mean, I've played a bunch of their games, but where do I use the key I just found? Can I figure that out from the map? Thing on the top left, I don't even know what it is. Could it be a locked door? Looks like there's a building on the north side that I didn't go inside. Yeah, I didn't go through this door. But just being familiar with, you know, Armored Core and Ninja Blade and whatever else. I really like Ninja Blade, by the way. Like, it's not the most super polished, slickest game, but it's got a lot of cool weirdness going on, and actually pretty decent action. It's a good game. What's up, Sanu? Well, I wouldn't say that too many developers go to the Souls bandwagon. I don't think that's true, because I don't think there's, like, really that many... I don't know, I don't think that's, like, annoyingly ubiquitous to the point of... I mean, personally, it's subjective, of course, but... I just think... like, From Software has, I think, traditionally been a studio that does kind of interesting and not necessarily unconventional things, but they always struck me as someone who kind of did stuff, and they're not unique in this, it's just a little less common nowadays, I suppose. Distinctly kind of on their own terms and doing what they wanted to do, etc. And what I would have wanted to see more than 6 iterations on the Demon's Souls formula would be to take whatever they've learned from making those games and apply it to a linear action game, basically, or, you know, other types of games. Freaking Symphony of the Night as a sound effect. And instead, they kind of, yeah, just iterate on that. It's interesting, we're just not putting a lot of souls in here per level. Let's see. Let's see if N happens, because I'm not spending all that much on this. Okay, so no, that's not max. I just canceled all of that. Okay, that's kind of cool that you can do that, but that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's fine. But this ends up being weirdly time-consuming instead. I can do this. Okay, let's see. I'd like double tapper. Alright, so. Let's do this so she can do the magic level 2, I guess. This one doesn't... Okay, yeah. So if I do this, we can at least try only magic level 2. Let's see. I meant to do. I don't think I actually gave any points to her. Probably have done that. Yeah, actually, chain seems worth putting points into because chain isn't like impossible to do in this game like it is in 3. Oh yeah, 0 points. I see. Although I'm curious if this affects the, like, when she's AI controlled. Whatever. Maybe I have to come back here with some other character that's able to do something with these. Well, we got the other key, so we can go inside. See if the inside leads to anything that's visually more interesting than this. Yeah, I know, there's commands. I think she's doing okay, though. I don't feel like I really need to change anything. She, like, yeah, she's like dying, I guess. Oh, I see. I just looking at her bar, you can see that there's 2 little arrows, which I guess indicates how much meter is required for a level 1 and a level 2 spell or special. Well, I guess more to the point, I'm doing fine with whatever she's doing. Like, I'm not particularly fussed about her engagement. I'm not feeling strong pressure from the game to order her to do anything else. Like, I feel like it's a system that either it's not going to matter, and if it does matter a lot, then I'm not going to... Like, I will prefer to not have to engage with it, basically. Alright, alright. Wait, hang on. Did I not? Oh yeah, I didn't actually equip the other sword. I was like, wait, why can't I do magic level 2? But it's because I didn't actually change this. Where? Jumping out? Oh, okay, I see. I'm trying to walk. Didn't go very well. Stand up, please. Sick. Kind of hit a little bit there, at least. I just wanted to see what the charged level 2 specials look like. Oh, that was pretty cool. Little collapsing build and stuff. Pretty sick. Yeah, the directional attack stuff has kind of been in all the games, but it was so kind of meaningless and hard to... Literally trying to run away as far as I could. Wow, okay, so the game like kind of freezes while you're charging that up. So I've been kind of used to not bothering with the directional attacks, but probably should try to use them. Yeah, that was a great special move. Can I health, please? Thank you. Oh, is it still on top of this thing? I can't look up. Oh, yeah, I still found stuff. Nothing that oh yeah. Oh yeah, so she can equip. Of course. Oh, there's so much like management. How many? I feel like I keep getting. Wait, grass cannot be used because I'm. Wait, what? I cannot use healing items? What's up with that? Lightning doesn't seem to do much. Oh, wait. Boss fights in the other games, somewhat of a mixed bag. This one is not super fun. Hey, I actually managed to block. I would really like that guard crush effect. Nice visual. Broken glass. I'm not sure what triggers Big Dude to jump away. Like, do I have to kill the enemies for him to move, or is it just for moving further away? Well, getting a bunch of health back at least. Yeah, that did basically the same damage as a regular attack. Okay, we used the iframes effectively at least. There we go. I do like the little freeze frame when you hit him. Like, a lot of this stuff looks and feels awesome, even if it's quite different. But yeah, it's kind of a weird... Again, it's not a weird game. Nothing about this is strange at all. It just feels strange because it's so different from the previous games. But that's exactly why I was interested in playing this. I mean, I wanted to regardless, but going into it, like, I was excited to see how it was different. I cleared this stage, which is a weird thing to say, but I'm gonna take a short break. I need to find a sweater or something. I'm like really cold, which is weird. I'm never cold. But I've been going for like 2 hours, so it's a good time to take a short break anyway. I'm gonna go stretch my legs and whatnot. Ugh. I'll be back shortly. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right. Let's continue. We cleared the stage again. Very, very unusual concept. I did save, right? I fucking hate this. Yeah, okay, we saved. Good. Stage 3 cleared. What's next?
札田峠？
そう、札田峠。そこに一時的に桜が集められてる砦があるんだ。
へえ、面白そうだな。
俺もそこに用があるんだ。そこにいる男にさ。ってなわけでどうだ？
Didn't even think about it, but there's like no facial animation, which is really weird.
だから砦を協力して攻めないかって言ってんじゃねえか。
Given that I recall some of the previous games having like surprisingly good facial animation, or like decent at least. It's really weird that there's like literally none here.
この木を逃して何とする？ミノキチちゃんってさ、浮いてんの？吊り下がってんの？あ、糸発見！吊り下がってんだ。糸は触られても平気なのか？ツンツン。ツンツンツン。ほど。そこ触っちゃダメ！糸触っちゃダメ！ドキドキするからダメなの！ハレンチでござるぞ！ごめん。
十兵衛。
I don't know, yeah, like whatever's going on here, I feel like it would feel a little bit out of place in the other games. So I feel like I'm increasingly desperate to have more characters introduced to just get a see if the balance of I don't know, the tonal balance being able to shift a little bit in some other direction maybe. I don't mind Jubei, but it's just oh yeah, okay, we're back in the hideout. Right, so now we can shop. Well, it's more like a character like that, I think, as a like comic relief, kind of as an element, as a part of a whole, is a different thing when it's like one of two characters, I feel like. Cannot use Oni magic. Yeah, that doesn't seem very appealing. Earth Sword Seminario. Okay, so that's a Jubei sword, I guess. That's right, I wasn't able to heal before. It said I couldn't use the healing item, which was kind of weird. Wonder if that's a thing. I don't know. Sword. I guess I want these. I don't even know. It's so hard to have a sense of what the benefit is going to be of buying new weapons. I mean, I guess I don't spend money anywhere else outside of this shop, so it's like worth buying stuff, I guess. I don't know. Sure, I guess. Nothing needs appraisal. That's good, I guess. I can level up. Okay, I see. It's more powerful. I should probably equip that, I guess. So are we gonna... I don't know. The other games is such a sort of key component where you swap between weapons that have kind of different movesets and different kind of attributes that feel different. It doesn't seem to be as much of a thing here. No. That's 24. Our light. 21. Okay. I guess she needs a little more defense. I don't know. There didn't appear to be any way to like change. So maybe you don't ever change armor. Maybe that's just the thing that you keep throughout the game. Who knows? Because if I'm like, I can open a menu here. So weird. But she's like, she doesn't mean that she has that equipped. This is not like an equip menu. Way that strange the way that's played out. Sure. Oh, I didn't. Do that, I guess. Keep pressing L and R to like swap menus here. Oh shit, okay, there we go. That's interesting. Flurry has been learned. First blow man, just land on the enemy, quick combo will automatically follow it up. Cool. Interesting. So that's how that works. Maybe he gets something else. Upgrade attack. We'll try that next time. So I guess I can chat. Revisit. Oh, okay. We missed a test of valor on this stage, I guess. Yeah, obviously there were things that we couldn't get to. The whole level system seems kind of strange. And travel. My kind possess the power to instantly travel to wherever we please. Okay. Jubei can take raw materials and use them to create new tools. Okay. That's where the whole crafting stuff comes into play. As to the blood of the Oni. Grandfather knew one guy that with the gauntlet that was able to kill Genma. Sasama something or other. Alright, okay. Making some very cute allusions to previous games here. Okay. Huh? Jubei's personality. Oh boy. Huh? Handiwork. Okay, whatever. Soul absorption. This isn't something everyone can do? Only people who've undergone special training. Only people who have the X button on their PlayStation controller can do this. I don't even want to get into this. Combine, please. Which? Oh boy. Okay. Well, I have to just like basically guess here. I mean, I'm sure I can find information on this, but. Let's just try. I can make... Okay, okay. So you can at least get... medicine. Okay, so you can... You don't have to guess, like, what you're gonna get out of it, at least. Sure, okay. That's probably good to do. Well, so what are we even doing next? Like, this is the whole... Again, I'm not so concerned with plot, but having a sense of progression, a sense of an objective, and a sense of what we're trying to achieve and how far along we are on that journey, what our next step is and what we're trying to do. I feel like that's just completely absent. Like, are we going? To do what? I don't know. Guess? Like... They talked about, yeah, they talked about this location, but it's like so... The pacing of this, like, hub section and everything, too, like, contributes to this not feeling as... You know, these individual levels and coming back here. Onimusha 2 had a little bit of that for the first, like, third of the game. But it's still packaged in a way that feels a little more... Even when I couldn't, like, quite comprehend all the dialogue, it still felt more... cohesively presented, I guess? I don't know. Working together with Jubei, Soki makes his way to the Sato Pass in Suruga. Waiting there is a rather large concentration of the cherry trees he has been hunting. Also waiting are the twisted Genma. Gotta get those cherry trees. Soki and Jubei have split up. Soki will become the bait to distract the Genma while Jubei makes her way inside the fortress. It's kind of weird too, like, there's like this simultaneous feeling of like super like budget while also being quite like production values are like impressive in some ways, and then in other ways it feels weirdly like the fact that there's so much dialogue that's text only and there's no facial animation, and like supposedly, according to the back of the box anyway, there's more CG and cinematics and whatever than the previous games. But despite that, it's like the game is still trying to squeeze in more dialogue and whatever else, so... There still ends up being a lot of dialogue and... so you can do that, I guess. That ends up being presented in this sort of haphazard way. Whoa. Alright, we got some Onimusha 3 camera issues here where I can see where I'm going or what I'm doing. So I don't know, for sure, like, this game's... Like, the very first impression it made was very positive, but once we're getting into the actual game, it's a little more confusing, I guess. And I'm feeling, much like I did, you know, playing some of the other games, that, like, they couldn't possibly climb over this, huh? That I'm just gonna have to play more to get a good sense, because like I think every game in this series, it took a while to sort of come into its own, and some of the, you know, for good or for bad, not every kind of aspect of the game can be fully evaluated before you know, just kind of see more of it. All right, this is like a combination lock. I think every game had me someone small. Okay, I was gonna say that's not her, but yeah, okay. Just had to read that first. Oh. This sense the cries of the dead, but I lack the power to interpret their words. Yeah, okay, that's the thing. In the other games too, right? Like, just needing a little bit of time to come into grips with how certain things work, and maybe getting a little more invested in the characters or whatever it is, but this game has kind of that added layer of confusion, or whatever you want to call it, of just having to be sort of compared. Oh, I didn't realize that was a screen transition to the other games. Yeah, the layout, this environment, I guess, is a little more interesting to traverse than the city. Onimusha 3 did admittedly have the shittiest map I've encountered in a long time, where it's super hard to understand how anything relates to one another. But at least the actual physical space you traversed, I don't know, I feel like that's struggling more with that in this game. Okay, I see. And that's providing, like, I don't know, it's kind of distracting to me, I guess. Like, I'm finding it hard to kind of fully get into things because I'm constantly struggling to sort of maintain a mental image of where we are. And like, it kind of feels like the game is expecting us to want to sort of explore and backtrack and find stuff. So it's not that I'm really getting lost or anything, it's more that I'm worried about not being able to kind of, that the game is kind of expecting more of me than I can deliver. I don't know. And it's also kind of like, I don't know, it's like at the beginning of Onimusha 2, I was very concerned about how the friend system would kind of work out, because I didn't have a clear grasp on not just how it functions, but also like just how much I was sort of expected to invest in it and care about it and understand it, and by not understanding, what am I missing out on? You know, just all that kind of stuff. Like, should I worry about not understanding things, or is it kind of whatever? Like, it's just one of those things where you play a game and there's a system that you don't quite grasp, and you might not have to, and it might not matter at all, but then you have to reach a certain point before you can even make that judgment. And until you're able to make that judgment, the inability to make that judgment in itself can be a little bit like did I actually, yeah, I didn't actually equip this. All right, good now. Like, that can just be a little distracting, I guess. And same thing about the backtracking stuff. Like, I'm a little anxious to sort of come to an understanding of what the game expects of me. Like, how, like, should I be going back? Because right now, I don't know what I would get out of it. I mean, I know there were chests I didn't get or whatever, but like, what so far, I haven't gotten the impression that the contents of any of those chests is going to be like exciting enough to warrant replaying an entire level that wasn't all that exciting or interesting. That's not to say that I feel like the game is putting a bunch of tedious shit in front of me that's whatever. Like, that's not really the point. It's more that I don't know. I haven't gotten a feel for it yet, and I'm gonna have to invest some time in order to get a feel for it. And I'm always a little skittish about investing time in something before I'm invested in it. I mean, I'm committed to playing this. So it's not that, I guess, but it's still... Until I reach that point of being comfortable and familiar, it's gonna be... I can't really pass judgment, I guess. Wait, who's left? Everyone hadn't spawned yet? Alright, how'd that go? Gold, alright, I was gonna say, I thought that was pretty decent. Black sword, okay. So I mean, to take an example, like in Onimusha 2, the whole friendship stuff, like, at first it seemed cool, and then it seemed really frustrating, and then kind of wrapped around a little bit. Like, I think, ultimately, I didn't have a problem with it, provided that you kind of don't care too much about it. Because I think, for sure, trying to unlock everything and get that, like, full completion stuff, like, that seems like legitimate nightmare. And, you know, something that would make me wish the game was built a different way. But if you're just playing through it once, it doesn't, like, really... Playing through it once and getting the kind of chart at the end of the game that showed you the you know, what event scenes you got and everything. You know, that was cool, and it's nice to, like, alright, I'm glad the game acknowledges this and sort of gives me a little instruction. But it also highlights, like, just how much you've missed and how arbitrary it's going to be to try to figure out how to get the stuff you missed, etc. Yeah, this is equipped again, because I leveled it up, I guess. Okay. Darkness. Re-combo. Okay, that's interesting. Actually, what's Acolyte's Ring? Only magic attack power by 10%. I guess this is... But it's like type 3. That basically means it's a different moveset. Okay, pretty satisfying. I get a down attack. Well, whatever. It's not, but that'll work. Can I get the tutorial to go away? Oh, I guess this just flat out isn't a healing item in this game. That would explain why I can't use it. You actually have to make medicine out of it. I see. I see. I just realized when I picked up the power jewel that I actually had one of these too. That, and I guess... I mean, we're gonna get more characters, I guess. But fuck it. Not worry too much. it took like a turn, sort of arbitrary. Well, fuck it, let's just run around. We'll get to where we're gonna need to go eventually, I'm sure. Mushrooms. So I guess you can't like craft during missions. I suppose that makes sense. That shit feels really fucking good. Like, yeah, I like the combat overall. The combat's not bad at all. There's something about it that's hard to put my finger on. Maybe it's just, again, because we're early days. But there was something in the earlier games that I think, I don't know, just the pacing, I guess. This feels a little slow. A little drawn out. Oh shit, okay, she can mash. Maybe that's because I leveled up the finisher. She can like stomp a bunch of friends. Oh yeah, I gotta try the flurry. I forgot. The ladder there. Okay. Yeah, okay. Wait, was this? Oh, it's not a door. I was gonna say, was it like locked from this direction, but I guess not. Cross over here. Yeah. Castle gate key. Went by a couple of locked doors, I think. Looks like there's not, well, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, I don't think there's anywhere else I can go, but if this is the gate right here, then I guess I open it. That's pretty good. Awkward. I also forgot about the flurry again, that's fine. Nope. Okay. Then I guess I go back and find someplace else to use the key. The McFlurry, yes, exactly. Tried it there, but I whiffed, so. Yeah, I misunderstood how to do it. Oh, we'll keep trying. Lock has been open, okay. Here, I guess. Like, there's just a lot of these sort of transitions that were sort of fade, and there's a different angle, and there's a little, like, I'm just finding it a little hard to have a great sense of where we are. Oh, okay, we got some boxes here. Black Blade. Puzzle box. Thank you. Well, this is a little interesting. 2 moves, though. Okay. Got him. Gem of Valor. The Valor, I guess that has to do with the special mission somehow. Black Blade, okay. Did I fucking still not equip? Oh, what the fuck? How hard is it to equip stuff? Why am I never equipped with the things I think I'm equipped with? Well, the puzzle started very simple in every game. We'll see how they evolve over the course of this one, I suppose. the puzzle boxes. Okay, so that's... I thought I was making progress. I guess we were just finding swords that I'm not going to use. In any game like this, you have the whole thing of like, which weapons, you see the initial stats, but then it's like, all right, but what about? Surely there's going to be weapons that have shitty stats, but once you level them up, they're really good. And then it's like, how do you know what those are, etc. Like, it just creates this uncertainty where it almost feels like you're expected to have played through the game once and just like figure that shit out. Which I'm not necessarily like completely against, but it's just, I don't know, it could be a sort of shitty feeling, that feeling of being able to tell that there's stuff that the game kind of isn't really informing you of. I didn't mean to hit the screen transition. I didn't realize there was one there. That looks like a demon seal door. Install traps, okay. Oh, there's... She, okay, yeah. Guess she has to go the ladder down for Soki. Oh, ah, okay. There's a highly conspicuous switch. What? Oh, no. Puzzle boxes? Certainly, there's an implication here that we will have bigger boards with more spheres. We'll see. Oh, is that a switch? Couldn't interact with it. Needs something to make it move smoother. Okay. I was trying to make her stay on the other side. Can I? No, just... Where are you going? Oh, okay. And I wonder if I can like... Do this. Is he gonna like deliberately... No, okay. There we go. I don't know what I'm doing here exactly. Okay, I can... It's so weird. There's no like animation for that. It just sort of pops. Oh, okay. Makes sense, I guess. So she... Okay, yeah, she's set... Okay, I understand. So whatever instructions he gave to her, like, those are still there, basically. Lubricating oil. That sounds like something that would be useful for exactly the purpose was discussed. Okay, please. I do like that you can keep hitting them after they're dead. That's satisfying. See what's over here. Drop down here or something. Oh, it's like grapple and swing across. Yeah. It's heavy weapons. I mean, it's powerful, but it's ever so slightly tedious to use. Okay.
さあ行こうぜ。
Go this way. The fact that it's hitting like 3 times, that's just... It's sick. The lever's been oiled. Alright. Over here. Pro feather. Oh, I guess that's just a... Swinging, yeah. I guess that's a crafting thing. Yeah, we'll see how much AI stuff, like what we're just experiencing now. I'm not sure if that's gonna be a common thing here. Like really quiet. It's good though. Wait. Why is she not? Why is? Where's Jubei? Why is she not here? These guys. Figure that out. It wasn't like being blocked by something, right? Let me go back. Wasn't she standing right next to me? Why? Okay, that's weird. I think. Okay, I guess she just stays behind for no apparent reason. Yeah, she's covering, you know, holding the fort, I guess. God! Worked hard. I feel like this weapon, it's like damage stats, like doesn't feel like it's worth it, honestly. Yeah, I mean this is same power. Maybe it doesn't translate 1-to-1 per attack, but even so, it's a little easier to use. Got a bunch of these, might as well. Like, I don't know, I think, as far as the pacing and everything, this game... we also, I don't feel like we've had a very compelling, like, call to action, whatever you'd call it, like... There's no introduction, really, to any kind of villains or conflict, or... We just know that he's on some quest to destroy cherry trees, I guess. Something like... Something about fighting Genma, I don't know. What's up, Basehole? Thank you very much for your continued support. I appreciate it.
セクなムクロくらい後でゆっくりやらせてやるからよ。
This is one of the mysterious people
ようや
spying
く
on
やがっ
us.
たな鬼。
誰だ？
太閤殿下にあだなす属心を切るものだ。
早い。
剣に迷いがないね。見立て通りいい立ち筋をしてやがる。
その方、柳生の剣。しかも裏かよ。へっ最近どうも柳生に縁があるな。
ほう、裏の方を知ってるか。さすが街道一の弓取りの息子さん。ま、不祥の子らしいがな。昔から剣術は嫌いだな。
見つけた見つけたぞ宗おじ。いや宗なり。
剣術は嫌いだと言っているだろうが。
青鬼、桜を積んだ荷車をこの先のはず。運び出される前に焼き払っちまえ。こいつは俺がやれ。
誰かと思えばもう一人の侵入者がお前とはな。あかねよ。しかし俺の近くにお前を選ぶとは柳生のご老人もよくよく業の深い。
十兵衛、気をつけろ。この男強いぞ。
いいから早く行け。こいつだけは俺がやらなきゃならないんだ。
しかし、
邪魔すんな。
いや、わかった。気をつけろよ。
I guess we had to solo it with Soki so that she could surprise drop during the cutscene.
が面白
Why
い。
not, I guess.
久しぶりに稽古をつけてやろう。あかね。
抜け宗則。
お前ごときに刀のぞいらぬわ。
ふざけるな。
この鬼の目の小娘、その忌々しい目で俺を見るんじゃねえ。
Yeah, the cinematics are kind of weird. Like, they're... It definitely looks like they're all rendered, like, in-engine. But there's a bunch of additional, like, post effects and stuff. But then you do have, like, full facial animation, which you don't have otherwise. Alright, let's see if I can, if I get a new skill. There we go. Whirlwind. Spin around while moving forward, cutting down anything in your path. Back, forward. Okay, yeah, these kind of special moves were in 2, but they weren't in 3. Oh yeah, we got another sword, didn't we? Glacier Song. Sword forged with the power of ice. Looks pretty similar to some of the swords in the older games. Yeah, this is another heavy. Yeah, it makes sense, I guess. It looks... Well, I kind of wanted the... This actually is kind of more powerful anyway because it's 24 damage on level 1. Yeah, I've never played Monster Hunter, so anything connected to that would definitely go over my head. Let's see. Yeah, we're doing pretty alright on souls here, so I might as well. Bring this up a little bit. The number of apparel slots has increased. Interesting. Nice. Okay. That makes sense. Because, yeah, it seemed weird to me that you would only have so many items, but only... Yeah, so there's like a couple of what looks like empty slots down there. I see. I see. XP. Oh, there we go. Gem of Valor. Bonus of 10% to any experience gain. That seems hella good, honestly. Actually, experience is probably different from gems, right? But it's still good. Gems, souls. Actually, let's take a look. Yeah, next level, 330. Yeah, that's... Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe souls equals XP also. Who knows? Yeah, I bought Monster Hunter World when it came out because I was interested in it. I started playing the like tutorial and literally fell asleep. That is not an indictment of the game. I was going through untreated sleep apnea at the time, and I would literally fall asleep trying to do much of anything. But I couldn't get through the tutorial. So I was like, oh, I'll play this some other time. And then 2 years passed, and here we are. Actually, 4 years passed, I guess. I don't know.
噂が大阪まで伝わった時、すぐあなただと分かったわ。
俺も有名になったもんだ。
茶化さないで。ねえ、私と一緒に大阪に帰りましょう。今なら秀吉様もきっと許してくださるわ。
The thing is, if I were to play it, the PS4, which is the version I bought, is the last place I'd want to play it.
様の邪魔をするの。どうして桜を狙うの？
秀吉の邪魔か。お前桜がどんなもんか知ってて言ってんのか。自分の目で、その目でよく見てみろ。
By all means, Soki, do explain to us what the fuck's going on.
これが桜か。これも。これだ。今の秀吉は、もう俺の知ってる男じゃない。
それでも秀吉様はあなたの。
だから俺がやるんだ。
あなたは分かっていない。今の天下人は秀吉様。日本国は太閤殿下のもの。豊臣家こそが国家よ。違う、断じて。じゃああなた一人で何ができるっていうの？一人で一国を相手に勝ち目はないわ。
勝てないって分かっていてもさ、戦わずに負けるのは尺だろ。
バカなことは考えないで。私と一緒に帰りましょう。秀吉様のもとなら一生何の不安もなく暮らせるのよ。
それじゃあ
こんな世の中でも安心して生きていけるの。
生き方は他人に委ねるもんじゃない。自分で決めるもんだ。
そんな生き方今の時代に許されるわけないじゃない。
生き方は時代に許されるもんでもない。
お願いよ、お願いだから。私今でもあなたのこと一緒にいてほしいだけ。
秀吉は俺が切る。そう決めたんだ。
ならば私はあなたを撃たなければならないわ。結城秀康。
その名はとうに捨てた。
Yeah, the production values are awesome. Like everything, the presentation is great. I don't think the writing is poor either, really, but it's, I don't know. Kind of funny that the color and everything is very different. Oh, I froze it. I got my sword. Just got the grapple thing. Okay, let's not die. And there's just something about it that feels like very generic in some way compared to the others. But yeah, exactly, Jinkinator. Like the game is assuming a level of investment that has not been. I mean, that isn't there on my part, but it also hasn't been. I don't feel like I went into this with a very skeptical mindset. It's just like there hasn't been anything to be invested in because I don't even know what's going on. I don't know who people are exactly. Like and it feels like they're drawing that out. Like stuff is, I don't know, meant to be kind of revealed in some way, and then it has no weight because I don't know what any of it really means. You know, maybe I could see hypothetically to a minor degree certain things being like, if you are familiar enough with history to have a good, you know, basic grasp on who some of these historical figures are and like what the sort of how they relate to each other and the, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, maybe it has more meaning that way. I mean, that's a big assumption. Okay. He's trying to block. Died. There's a continue feature. I don't think the other games had that, right? It was always just reload the save. But this game, you don't even save at the mirrors. Like, saving is just in between levels in this, too, which is so strange. That at least deals damage. Yeah, okay, as soon as it does, like, the grapple thing, it just kind of... like invincible, basically. Oh, it's just like starting to shoot fire arrows. Well, I think the games up until now have had a great like atmosphere. Dude, I was blocking that, by the way. I don't mind dying. I'm like learning how certain things kind of work and kind of the flow of combat, but like I think the plots are never that interesting, but when they have like good atmosphere and charismatic characters, like, dude, walking is weird. Like that counts for a lot. And I think, okay, yeah, just oh, okay. Like if she was crouching down to do the fire shot, she just attack her to interrupt it. But the other attack is really fast, you have to just defend. Like I thought Onimusha 2 was really awesome. I thought 1 and 3 parts were awesome. There's still room for this to be awesome, but they're kind of, I don't know, they're throwing a lot at you with a lot of people and characters and lore. And you get like some very loose sense of how certain characters relate to each other. But it really feels like you're coming in to like, well, part 4 of a story, I don't know. But we didn't see the previous parts. And they're not really getting us up to speed. But it's evidently not like a compelling mystery either. That you're like they're not well, and they're not presenting it as such.
大人のお灸をな。おい、桜を全部運ん
And I
で
think
ください。
for a game to be compelling, irrespective of its narrative,
どうした？
yes, the moment-to-moment gameplay can be like satisfying and engaging, and that can go pretty far. But if you don't have a sense of a larger kind of scale to the, you know, progression or what, like when it sort of feels like you're treading water, that is sort of unsatisfying too. Like, I think the performances are all good. I think there's definitely something a little more generic about some of the character designs and the characters. Not universally, not across the board. Like, I think Jubei in part 2 was super bland. He looked cool, but as a character, he was like incredibly uninteresting. But I was invested, like I was compelled by the relationship he sort of forged with Oyu and the other characters. Like, that was interesting. But it was also pretty... because there wasn't a huge amount of narrative, whatever was there was like...
Excellent.
You know, had some kind of purpose. Thanks for the follow, Dylan. Whereas here, it's kind of they're laying it on a little thicker with like just more of everything, without necessarily having as much substance to it. Nice, I died. I was gonna say, let's see if we can kill an enemy and get some health back before we die, but that's fine. I'm assuming I'll continue after the boss. If not, yeah, I was gonna say I'll do the boss better, but that's fine. Fucking archers are the worst though, always. Big heal, yeah. Figure you'd tend to get more health when you're low on it. See, there we go. Well, I don't think it's strictly a matter of losing rights. I mean, I guess it's a matter of definition, but yes, I mean, the first 3 Onimusha games all extensively feature the use of actor likenesses and actors' voice performances and, you know, licensed music and guest artists designing every one of the games are like this big, like, just involvement of a lot of famous people. Not everyone, you know, the sort of guest designers and stuff like that would be kind of different. They wouldn't need to relicense anything there, I don't think. But Takeshi Kaneshiro is the actor who plays Samanosuke in 1 and 3. Charm. And of course, his name escapes me at the moment, but there's a different actor who plays Jubei in part 2. Or, like, a formerly living actor. They licensed his likeness, so obviously he doesn't do the voice because he was dead, but they used his likeness. And then Jean Reno also is in 3, of course. So this is the first Onimusha that doesn't have any like actor likenesses, which I guess is kind of interesting too, because I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like a vast departure in the character, like in the looks of the characters per se, because even the other games had certain characters who had a very sort of cartoony look to them. But the main character of each game, of course, had a more kind of photoreal look to them because they were literally, you know, a real actor. But if you compare Jubei in this game to Kaede in the first one, or Oyu in the second game, like she has definitely a little more, like she looks more like the artwork than maybe those other characters did, because they were kind of finessing them to look a little more, if not realistic, at least sort of styled to fit well with the realistic characters. Whereas Soki, who is, I guess, kind of the most realistic looking of the characters we've seen so far, even he, like his model, I think, like, yeah, the artwork we see, the Bengus artwork, feels completely in line with the way the character looks in the game. So it ends up being kind of more of a conventionally sort of Capcom looking thing, which makes it doubly ironic that some of it has like kind of more of a generic feel to it. I don't know. I don't dislike the character design by any means, but I feel like there's some kind of X factor missing in terms of the characters. But I don't know, maybe you're just primed to feel that way, knowing that this game is like sort of separated from everything else, and it happening to look a little different. See, I hate that I have to like I have to go back to the game to see my life bars to see if I want to heal. I know I have the numbers there, but I want to see the bars. But that's not what I wanted to go. I wanted to check. I forgot to pick this up. This is, I guess, not a crafting thing. But what was the other thing I picked up? The weird thing. What's it even called? Can't even find it. Is it equipment? Yeah, it might be no. I guess I'll just never find it, huh? Yeah, no, I mean, I'm enjoying the game. I don't think it's a bad game. I haven't quite like gotten into it yet, and I'm interested to see how I'm gonna feel about it eventually. So where am I even going? But wanting to kind of get a feel for these games and how they compare to each other is part of why I wanted to play the series anyway. Well, I happened to buy them. I guess I doesn't hurt repeating that story. I placed a bid on an eBay auction, sort of, well, not as a joke exactly, but with zero expectation of, like, it was during a period where I bought a bunch of games on eBay. And I just saw a listing for 4 games rather. And I bid like $3, like whatever, because I was bidding on a bunch of stuff. And then I kind of like woke up the next morning with an email in my inbox saying I'd won the auction. It's like, oh, okay. And that was like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago probably. And eventually I was like, oh yeah, well, because we'd played Genji, right? And that kind of made me want to play Onimusha. And a couple months later, here we are. So why did we see that cutscene? Okay. I'm always interested in an analytical eye to whatever I play on here, so it's interesting to compare them and how they... I think it's also, like, inevitably, to a degree anyway, you play a game like this, which of course has a reputation of being, you know, not necessarily particularly well liked or well received by fans, etc. So, you know, it's not necessarily a matter of coming to it being like, oh yeah, oh boy, I can't wait to talk shit over this game that no one likes. But more so that it's you're primed maybe to look for things. Is this showing me that I'm like leaving her and she's just hanging out there, or this is like back to the ground, but I don't think I could have. I can't go through there, but I can go up. Let's just double check. So you're like kind of maybe primed to. Well, that's a poll, but I don't think she was there. To look out for what people may have liked or disliked, or at the very least, like what makes it different. But I'm also legitimately feeling not a frustration, but like it's a feeling of not being not having quite grabbed me yet, which I think I felt in the other games too. They took all of them. I think had a little bit of a slow start. Oh, we'll see. There we go. I was gonna say, I'm assuming this is not the game over sequence here. But yeah, there's just like something strangely generic about this. Maybe it's because, like, I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of contributing factors, but again, the Genma stuff like doesn't feel like it has much presence. Maybe it'll get there. What's up, Mila? Generically generic or uniquely generic? I mean, it's got, like, everything's relative, right? It's, it still has a Capcom flair to it, for sure. The presentation is still, high quality. But I think there was some kind of specific flavor to the previous games, albeit in different, it wasn't the exact same. But I feel like that is kind of missing from this, and I don't know that whatever this has to add, in place of that, if anything, quite kind of makes up for it. Like, it's not necessarily that it's bland or there's nothing to it or it doesn't have any style or personality. It's more that the specific, the common sort of thread, the through line of the previous games in the series doesn't quite feel like it's there. Yeah, like, I like the character design. It's fine. Well, I mean, I hate the Muppet character, whatever, but the design is fine for what it is. I just don't like that kind of character. The combat feels great. I think it's like, part of the setting. It's distinctly lacking in like weirdness. The game started with us fighting a giant robot, which was sick, and then it's like nothing like that. It's shades of Lords of Shadow 2, for sure, which coincidentally also starts with a giant robot fight, which was a lot more sick than the one in this game, for that matter. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with well, Muppet, but whatever. Alright, what else we got? Light sword. You don't actually see this. Oh, there we go. There's the stats. 28. Light 3 combo. So it's got no magic. Cannot use. Yeah, I think I forgot to even check this. Yeah, Soki, the character from this game, is in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. there's no way they could have really used any of the other main characters. Again, because the characters are tied up with the actors' likenesses and stuff. Well, I think it gets a little hairy because obviously it's entirely possible for a character to exist as an intellectual property completely unrelated to the actor who happened to originally portray the character. But well, some of them are historical figures, sort of, kind of, yes. But it could still be that, like, that particular version of the character, like, I mean, yeah, like, Akechi Samanosuke and Yagyu Jubei are not characters invented whole cloth by Capcom, but again, like, those particular versions, like, I think with Samanosuke in particular, it gets kind of weird, or more complex, rather, because, Takeshi Kaneshiro, who plays Samanosuke, was also... He has, like, a guest creator credit on the game. And there's, like, copyright... You know how, like, Strider Hiryu is... Any game where Hiryu appears, there's always a copyright to Motokikak, the entity that, like, owns the Strider property or parts of it. And I think there's something like that on, like, the title screen of 1, I guess maybe 3. Like, I know Takeshi Kaneshiro is credited as guest creator, which I kind of joked about too, like, what the fuck does that even mean? It's kind of like a, you know, token producer credit or whatever, I guess. But it could mean that there's, like, more specific involvement and stuff, which again, like, makes it kind of halfway shocking that they were able to re-release that game. But I'm sure whether, you know, the discussion, I suppose, isn't regardless whether something would have been possible. It's more so that if choosing a character to represent Onimusha in a game is between a character that they have complete control over and a character that they do not, it stands to reason that there's going to be forces that will strongly prefer, you know, going for the option that they have complete control over. I was trying to, like, the question kind of popped into my head too about whatever a new Onimusha would look like if there was a new one, because I think, frankly, like, this game is mechanically very different. Well, structurally very different, I should say. The combat mechanics themselves are not that different, but the structure of the game is very, very different. And I think it feels weird, but I don't think it's necessarily... Well, I was going to say that it's not that it being different in and of itself that makes it kind of weird. It feels more, you know, you have 3 games that are very similar, and then you have one that isn't. That's going to stand out, of course. But I think the specifics of what they're doing with the game isn't, to me, more compelling. It's just more kind of tedious and confusing in a way, I guess. But the point I'm trying to make is, if there were to be a new Onimusha game, I don't think they are that beholden to... Like, I think it's fairly obvious that stuff like camera and controls and, you know, level design and probably length and pacing and structure, every single one of those things would be completely open to complete reinvention. Because I think if they get the core of the atmosphere and, you know, soul absorption and putting souls into weapons to upgrade them, having combat and having, like, parries and counters, like, as long as they hit those very basic fundamentals, as long as it's good, as long as it's interesting and cool, I think most fans of the series would be very accepting of things being very different. And I think that's kind of... They would have to be, because if they would be beholden to building a game in the mold of Onimusha 1, well, they wouldn't do it. But I also think, like, I don't know, but more to the point, you can look at something like Resident Evil, which has had numerous reinventions over the course of the series, and generally, like, you know, you're gonna have some people who prefer one style of RE over another, but I think it's fair to say that there is a pretty cohesive flavor and style, and it's very possible for them to put out a game like the RE2 remake or RE7 or whatever, and have it be mechanically and structurally different, but still not feel like it's well, maybe a departure, but it's still faithful. It's not unfaithful to what a Resident Evil could or should be. So I think absolutely a new Onimusha would probably end up being something kind of different, but I don't know what it should be. I don't know what I would expect it to be, and I don't know what I would want it to be either. Not that I'm like jumping at the bits for a new Onimusha personally, necessarily. There's plenty of other Capcom series that I would be more excited to see a new installment in, you know, but you know, having it be with more, like, you would probably have more open, you know, you wouldn't have screen transitions and loading zones quite as frequently, for one. But yeah, I don't know, maybe something, I haven't played it, but just hearing how people have described Resident Evil 8, you know, there's sort of kind of a hub world-ish, and maybe you sort of travel around, but probably, you know, you would have some kind of teleporting or time travel or something. For sure, I would want them to significantly step up the weirdness and, like, fuck it, set it in modern day again and do it proper this time. Like, I don't know, it'd be cool. Because I think with the, you know, there's no need to, like, fully reboot it in the sense that it doesn't, you know, that it completely ignores the continuity of the older games. There's, you know, you can set it at other times in history. You can have, it's not like every nook and cranny of every person involved has been, like, explored as far as the timeline goes. And I don't know, it's just an interesting thought experiment, I suppose. Yeah, like, I would want it to be I would want it to maintain, like, even if it has combat and stuff, like, I wouldn't want it to play or feel like Devil May Cry, because that wasn't ever really the way it felt. Even when it's, like, fast-paced and like, you know, it's quite different from doing knife-only runs in Resident Evil, you know? But I guess maybe, you know, in terms of feel and pacing and, you know, how the combat behaves, somewhere in between Monster Hunter and Devil May Cry, you know? I mean, you could absolutely, we talked about Dark Souls and stuff, not to say that I think they should mimic that, but, like, if we think of a game that has a, you know, the first Onimusha is set in one location, right? It's the castle, but it's like an RE style map, but it's a lot smaller. I think Onimusha 2 and 3 benefited from having locations that were more varied, and you traveled, you know, whether it's through space and or time. But I think you could absolutely do a larger scale game like that is kind of set in this one location, but you have it be in some kind of weird Genma castle, where you have maybe some more supernatural shit where, you know, you have portals through different, you know, kind of parallel universes or something. But you still have some kind of a, I mean, I'm not a big fan of open world type stuff, but that's a modernization I could see them making of something that is more open-ended. Honestly, I think this game's direction is, like, quite surprising, that it's sort of going, like, in 2006, for a game like this to go in such the opposite direction of having, like, levels is surprising to me. I don't mind it per se, but it feels peculiar. Well, like I said, there are other Capcom games I think I would be more interested or excited to see brought back. I mean, supposedly, right? There's something Final Fight in the works. But I guess it's scheduled for next year, or not? Sorry, not next year. 2023, rather. Oh, I guess I have to actually maybe get... Oh, yeah, okay, I see. So I spend 1 point to unlock it, and now I can put more points in it. I see. So that's why I couldn't do it before, because I didn't actually have it unlocked yet. Now I can see. I still don't really use the deflect, because enemies still barely attack. But I think the chain probably affects even when you do the... I don't know. Fuck it, whatever. I'm very anxious about whatever the Final Fight thing is supposed to be, because the fact that it's something that's being developed over several years gives me the impression that it's a kind of a large-scale game. Which I'm not saying that is strictly a bad idea. However, I think what I feel that I would want primarily out of a Final Fight is something that, like, the larger it becomes, the worse it would get. I mean, of course, if they're doing a 2D arcade style Final Fight, it's not like I have a problem with them spending 3 or 4 years on it, you know? It's more that if Capcom are spending several years on it, that makes me suspect that it's a bigger budget game. And if it's a bigger budget game, then it's gonna have to have a wider appeal than a 2D arcade style game, which means that it's gonna be some kind of a 40-hour whatever thing. Which I'm not saying a game like that based on Final Fight couldn't be something I would enjoy, but for what it's worth, I cannot picture what that would be. At least not compared to... Well, let me put it this way. Let's just call it a AAA Final Fight game. I can't imagine playing a new AAA Final Fight game and thinking, wow, this is really cool. I'm glad they didn't do a classic Final Fight game. I'm glad they chose to go this direction instead. Like, even if it's amazing, I still can't imagine not thinking, man, if only they've done an actual proper arcade sequel. Like, that would have been so cool, you know? Well, I think it's just a matter of deciding sort of what to do. I mean, granted, I think Capcom... I wouldn't expect a company like Capcom to make a lot of games like that, broadly speaking, but they made Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, or whatever it's called. They made Mega Man 11. Like, that's the exact type of scope I would want from a new Final Fight. And I don't want it to be a weird 3D thing. Like, I want it to be the actual proper good Final Fight sequel that we never got. Because there were Final Fight games, but none of them were even close to as good as the original. None of them felt like a proper follow-up to it. I mean, of course, there were other arcade beat-em-ups that were. And, you know, I'm joking about, like, 60-hour big, like, slogs. For what it's worth, Capcom does seem to be one of the publishers of new big games that don't seem deathly afraid to actually put out short games. So that's actually promising in its own way, because, like, RE2, RE3, RE8, like, they're all, like, what, 10 hours long at most, which is great. So, you know, I'd be happy if it's, especially if it's, like, worth playing through multiple times, so there's stuff to do, and, like, you know, it could be awesome. But at the end of the day, like, I'm a huge fan of 2D arcade beat-em-ups, so... And there's not many of them around that are any good. More nowadays than in a long time, but even so. It's not, you know, if you're doing a new Final Fight, it's not like we've been if there's a new 2D Final Fight, when I say 2D, I don't necessarily mean like pixel art or hand drawn or whatever. I'm just saying that isn't like a AAA third person whatever, like a classic beat 'em up style Final Fight. It's not like that's a saturated market. Certainly as far as the Final Fight brand specifically. Like, yeah, we haven't had one of those since 1995. So I think we're due for a new one, especially if it's like actually good. There's no way whatever a modern AAA version of Final Fight is, like, there's no way that's more novel than a 2D game would be at this point. So, I don't know. It's very tough to imagine like what it could be or what to expect. I'm excited to find out, but I'm also anxious because I feel like there's I have no idea what the direction would even be, both from a game design standpoint and an artistic standpoint. I'd be very interested to see what it could be. But I think also, like, you know, Mega Man 11 I haven't played, but I heard decent enough things about it, and whether or not the execution, you know, whether or not they stuck the landing, I think the direction for something like that is what I would like to see, you know. Mega Man is a good example because, like, obviously there's been a billion different types of Mega Man games, but at the end of the day, like, they have a charm to the visual presentation of the character design and the art and everything, but they're also very steeped in the specifics of how they play the different types of games. And sure, there's been attempts and thoughts and plans for Mega Man games that play differently. There was that retro developed weird for first person thing that never came out, but they have the sense to realize that, you know, people just want a simple side-scrolling action platformer, and I think that's what I want to see more of. Like, if companies are going to bring back old IP to do new stuff, like, bring it back in the form that people liked in the first place. So I would love to see, you know, just speaking of purely hypotheticals here, of course, but, you know, I'd love to see Namco put out new Splatterhouse games, new Rolling Thunder, whatever, and have it be just 2D arcade. Like, we played eSWAT on Cyber Monday, and I had a good time with it. Sega could do an eSWAT reboot, and it could be anything, and it could be cool, but it would be really fun if they did a game that was like the arcade eSWAT, because that was fun. You know, Shinobi's another great example. Obviously, the PS2 Shinobi games are fucking sick. They're amazing. But I happen to love Shadow Dancer, the Mega Drive game in particular. But I like the arcade Shinobi. I like the Super Shinobi games. They've had very different forms, but like a new 2D Shinobi game. I mean, there was the 3DS one, but that's like, what, probably at least 10 years ago at this point. It was, well, it's whatever. But like, a reinvention, like, I'm not saying don't change anything because it cannot possibly be good. It's more that they're scratching a different type of itch, and when it comes to old games that are, if you like a game for anything more than just a name, why wouldn't you want it brought back as something that is mechanically recognizable as the original thing? Yeah, I never played the 3DS Shinobi. I was very skeptical of it, but it was made by the people who made Volgar the Viking, and I thought that game was sick. So that, having played that, made me very interested in checking out 3DS Shinobi at some point or another. Well, as far as Muscle Bomber is concerned, Slam Masters, they Hara Tetsuo, again, speaking of licensed stuff, like, he has some degree of ownership over the characters, so they literally cannot do anything with those characters without his involvement, which is why, coincidentally, those characters have never appeared in anything. In fact, when the game was brought up at some point in some discussions on like some Street Fighter V blog thing, I mean, maybe it's being overly cute, but they're like sort of blacking out like the name of the game. Like, they're not even writing out Muscle Bomber. They're like, a certain wrestling game, like, footnote describing, like, involving a certain artist. Like, it's just like they're, yeah. And I mean, I would fucking love, like, Muscle Bomber in particular, of course, because I'm a huge fan of Haratetsuo. Like those characters are really cool, and you know, the first game is kind of whatever. But the second game is really, really cool, and like I think we are in an absolute dire need of diversity in the wrestling game space. I'd be happy to see, much like Super Muscle Bomber, like a fighting game that is wrestling themed or some kind of hybrid in between. Like, yeah, I'd welcome that. Whether it's Muscle Bomber, whether it's Rumble Roses, whether it's fucking Kinnikuman, or whatever else. Onita Atsushi's FMW, a reboot of that. There's just like not much of anything in that space nowadays. So I would, I mean, hell, I would love to see Nintendo put out a new pro wrestling that's similar to the Wii Punch-Out. Like, just commission someone who knows what they're doing to make a new version of that. I feel like to a certain audience, like that would be extremely well received. Yeah, I mean, of course, fucking don't get me started on Capcom US made-up lore. First of all, his name isn't Gunlock, his name is Lucky Colt. And he has nothing to do with Guile. That is fact. That is fact. But yeah, like that would be cool in its own way. And that's a good example, I think, because or rather, it's an interesting sort of point of contrast, because I think those games, the two Muscle Bomber games, mechanically are quite different from one another. If they were to do a new one, frankly, I haven't played those games enough. I'm not familiar with them enough to say, to have a strong opinion on the specifics of the mechanics of how the games work. But I think enough of the appeal is in the characters and the atmosphere and the presentation that you could, like, that would be quite, you know, you could definitely do a game that's mechanically completely different. As long as you capture that essence of the atmosphere and style. Like, it's one of those games where they could do fucking Shin Muscle Bomb or whatever with a completely different cast of characters, and if it captures that tone, like, people would still like it. I would imagine. I would, and I think others would too. But a lot of other games aren't just about that surface or the name. There's like specifics in how the games play and function that actually would make it worthwhile. That would make you, like, I shouldn't say you, that would make me interested in seeing it again. And it depends, you know, you don't have to make it a one-to-one remake, but I guess it, you know, as long as we're talking about like arcade games, 80s games, 2D games, like translating them to a modern AAA, whatever, or even if it's not a AAA type thing, but just like basically, you know, for the sake of simplicity, let's say taking something from a 2D gameplay to 3D gameplay, that's going to inherently transform the game to such a degree that it's just, it's not going to be the same. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad, it's just going to be something different. And, you know, as long as it's different, it's just never going to quite capture or, like, scratch the itch of whatever the original was. Like, you know, Bionic Commando is another interesting example, because they kind of did both, right? Rearmed was an excellent, excellent, excellent game. The reboot 3D sequel, rather, was not a great game. It had aspects of it that were great, and I think it could have been great. But like the swinging was excellent in that game, and it was fun to play, but it had a lot of other problems. But like both of those games, like neither could have done what the other did well, so it was fully justified in actually doing both, because both were interesting. Like a game like Bionic Commando, the simple concept of swinging around and shooting and doing stuff, like, yeah, that's, you can definitely look at that and say, well, what if we did that in 3D? And that's an instantly kind of interesting pitch. So, you know, there's an interesting thing there, but you can also look at the very specifics of the satisfying, you know, interaction of the swinging in the NES game and say, yeah, I want that. And a 3D game, like, just isn't going to give you that. So swinging back to, like, Final Fight, I think that's a game where the very, very specific minutia of how that game feels to play is so amazing that I want that with, you know, a new coat of paint or you know, with a new, fresh perspective on how to iterate on that design and do interesting stuff with it without transforming it. But I'm less sure that like a AAA version of it would be, because I think, not to say it couldn't be done, but I imagine that whatever a sort of 4-quadrant mass appeal 2021 or 2023 version of that game concept is, the reason I'm struggling to picture that being something that will satisfy me completely is because the things I imagine them doing to it in order to make it a broadly appealing game would, to me, feel like it's likely compromising the core of Final Fight that I found appealing in the first place. Whether it's by making the game longer, whether it's by introducing progression and leveling up, whether it's by making it some kind of an open world, whether it's an art style that is more bland and whatever, whether it's making it an online live game, you know, whatever it is, like, every single thing that I think is likely that they would do, even if it doesn't, you know, and it's not like I dislike 3D action games. I love Bayonetta. I'm super excited for Bayonetta 3. Devil May Cry 5, I didn't play an awful lot of it, but I thought it was really cool. You know, I'm enjoying these games. Like, sure, you can absolutely have a game where you walk around and punch people in 3D. And that could be fucking sick. But again, it's likely still going to have me feel, man, I still wanted something closer to something that we got with Streets of Rage 4, for example, that felt new and fresh, but very faithful in scratching that very particular itch that the original game did. Yeah, share the dog. Yeah, of course, of course. I'm excited to find out what the AEW game is going to be like, because that has a kind of a weird video gamey aesthetic, and they're kind of what's the word? Basing it, or sort of building off of the Aki style games for the N64. Whether it's great or not, like, I'm just happy to find some kind of range of game in the wrestling game space. And even that too is something that's looking better now than in a long time. You know, Retromania Wrestling came out, and that's pretty decent for what it is. It's kind of cool. And there's other wrestling games in development. Whether or not they're going for like fully sim style game or not, just anything. I mean, hell, WWE themselves, like, they're not imploding, but the WWE game situation is kind of imploding. So maybe that will finally, like, fully reinvent itself into something that isn't garbage. Who knows? Anyway, Onimusha 4. How about if we play that? Some secret med, why not? Ooped. Done. Okay. Guess we'll save. Spent 40 minutes talking about Final Fight reboots, so we wouldn't want to lose that progress. I mean, I've been banging on about, like, WWE themselves, like, doing more than just sim stuff. Like, granted, the Battlegrounds game was extremely garbage. But I'm, like, kind of glad they sort of tried it. I mean, I guess it's a shame if that failed and that made them determined not to do more with it, but I miss, you know, the time where you got WWE Crush Hour, the the Twisted Metal clone.
その力実に
And WWE Betrayal, the Game Boy Color beat 'em up by Way Forward. I guess it was WWF at that time, whatever.
おいどこ行く？
青鬼どうしたんだよ。一人で何を叫んでいるのでござるか？
お前ここにいた白い様相の男が見えなかったのか？
I feel like even a lot of these dialogue
そんなの最初から言
stuff
いやしないぞ。
is presented, I don't
な
know.
あミノちゃん。
There's like maybe more of it than in the other
俺以
games.
外に見えていないのか？
It kind of feels more, it's like, these aren't like individual cinematics or cutscenes, it's just like it's playing out the same kind of dialogue scene with different dialogue. Like we're in a, you know, BioWare RPG or something, we're just like playing the dialogue script. It feels kind of samey. Soga's after Hideyoshi and Jubei's after Minamori. They're on a journey to Kyoto and on their way have reached land of Omi.
ここが今日か？
ジューベここは今日じゃねえよ。沢山だ。
I forgot if there's a ROM hack, but there are games that have them, yes. Hideyoshi trusts the right-hand man, Mitsunari, whatever. Fuck it. Ganma surrounded Soki and Jubei. Like, even this, like, this weird narration. I don't, like, I can get what they're going for. And I think it could be cool if it was presented with a little better flavor.
どうする青鬼？
I don't know what this looks like if you're playing in Japanese.
この街を抜けなきゃならない。
If it's presented more with, it's like you had the voiceover narration before too, which I don't know if this is why this isn't voiced, but if this was presented with a little more panache, like it could be really cool. But the way it is right now, yeah, there's a narration. Like it really comes across as a cost-cutting measure. Like we couldn't afford to animate a cinematic, so let's have 2 screens of text. And they're not even able to make that look deliberate, I think. But yeah, I've seen Double Dragon, like, oh, these assholes. I forget if it was like a ROM hack or if it's some other like fan game or something or other, but I think it might be a hack actually. But I could be wrong, I don't remember. Hold these guys in, I see. Okay, go ahead and mash to Ghostbusters trap these guys. Okay. Kind of funny. It's kind of the opposite in the other games where they just, yeah, I can just overpower them and suck in the souls too. Yeah, I guess I got him. Level up. This. Red Pearl in his mouth. Sure, what could possibly go wrong? Red Pearl B. Well, it's definitely 100% not official in any way. It's definitely a fan-made thing. But I don't recall if it was like a game built from scratch or if it was literally a ROM hack. Got multi-level life bars here. Trying to do a parry there, but these like attack styles are tricky, especially when the enemy gets attacked by another character. So there's like hit stop breaking up their attack animation. But you can at least hit enemies when they're trying to get up, unlike the previous games. That's really nice. That was always an annoying thing in those games. Like the timing window to actually hit down attack was like extremely limited. As they explode, really noted. Okay, well, she blocked. Puzzle box. Wait, what? There's one remaining move. But oh shit, never mind. I was like, but I finished it. I did not pay attention there, did I? I finished it. I just finished it incorrectly. Sergeant's Choker. Okay. Let's take a look here. Glacier Song. Oh yeah, I guess the special move thing I got, that wouldn't be weapon specific, would it? I'd have to level up her. Sure. To level up her armor. Also, I guess it seems, at this point at least, very unlikely that this game is going to feature any kind of visual update to the character. As you upgrade armor and shit. Also, this game seems to not ever... be too concerned about like you equipping or like picking items. Yeah, that's a rare one attack. Did I have high frames on that? Something like it. What I mean is like when you're inserting crests into a slot or whatever. Dude, I didn't even fucking recover from the animation before he exploded. Yep, I didn't recover in time. Where do I restart is the question. Oh, right here, I guess. I need to wake up the other one. So like when you have a key and there's a locked door, for example. In Onimusha 2, you just ended up using, if you have the right key, you're not, like, the game just takes the key for you and you unlock the door. But in 3, anytime there's something like that, you have to actually go into the inventory and pick the right item. And this game seems to be, like, extremely the opposite, where it'll help you out. Okay, I was still in 4 years of recovery, but I still had iframes, so I guess. It blew up again. Whoa, whoa. She can die? Looks like her eyes are open. I think she's fine. Just resting. Kind of assumed she couldn't die. Well, whatever. I guess we'll find out what happens. Oh, okay. We're vertical now. Not really different otherwise. These are so far not really getting more complicated, are they? That's a key, okay. Like he just says, I guess this doesn't work. Wait, is this a soul absorption thing? It is. I guess she could have used that. That's fine. Maybe I can, Oh, interesting. Cool. Well, I'm assuming we can't go through those blue gates, so... These guys are back. So I think one other gate here opened up, right? I was trying to block the arrow, but she blocked it for me, I guess. Hey! Didn't realize he even attacked, but take that. Thank you very much. There we go. Ooh, I should definitely take a break, I think. Looking at the time. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let me just, let me not keep going and then assume I'm gonna find a better time to take a break. Let's just take a short break. Let's, stretch a little bit. Ugh. And, be back shortly. So let's get some jams going. Where are we? What's good? Sure, why not? See you guys in a bit. Alright. I just realized, looking at the screen, I forgot about it, but we have 3 rapport with Jubei. That's a thing. I wonder if... Obviously, that's gonna be something. Mean something. I don't know what exactly. I don't know if there's a similar system to Onimusha 2. I kind of doubt it, but who knows. I just realized also that the XP... I'm not sure if that was the case previously, that they were not the same, but, or like, you know, they're on different levels. But I was wondering for a second if when she died, did she like stop receiving XP or whatever, but I think she wasn't dead for very long, or at least I didn't achieve much during the time where she was, well, dead, whatever, you know what I mean, had 0 HP. So they probably just weren't perfectly aligned to begin with. Or like perfectly in sync with the XP. But I do wonder, once we have more characters, if characters are just not going to receive any XP when you aren't playing as them. That could end up being a little iffy. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, I guess she can... This is like Onimusha 3, and we got the thing to gain... recover health, except it's her. We're just waiting for her to recover health, but fuck it. Let's... I'm not locking up. I guess that probably didn't connect. That's fine. Is it fine? I don't know. Well, whatever. It is what it is. The Isen is like insanely satisfying in this game. This chunky fucking hit stop. So good. Like overall, again, like how the combat feels, the movement, like all that shit is. Okay, he's just died. So well, fuck it. Whirlwind. In level 2. Give her some of that, I guess. I guess I should have swapped to her. Although, what happens if I press L2 now? Yeah, nothing happens. If you play as Jubei and Soki dies, is that a game over? Guess maybe we'll find out at some point. Can I interact with this? Nope. Doesn't match. Okay. Oh, let's go this way then. Wait, is this a door? Well, at some point in history, it was a door. Press block. I was like, alright, I didn't get the parry, but block altogether. Wait. These like juggle combos are kind of weird, but no, I didn't mean to do that. I was deliberately holding back on the joystick to perform the vertical swipe as opposed to the down stab. Just like wait, like telling her not to attack. Nope. Help. She got hit again. This is so stupid. Hair scarf. See, this is another kind of annoying thing. Like, you pick something up, and like you have to figure out where you have to even go to find out what it was you picked up. Huh, that's interesting. You have two of them, and both of them have it equipped to get a bigger bonus. That's kind of a cool idea. Blue Pearl, part 2. Okay. Been transformed. Fox Gem Ghost. Oh, I tripped down here. Okay, so I guess you can now insert that into something that has the one gap missing on the top left. Okay, well, we can't go that way. I'm gonna assume that it's not gonna, like, we're probably not gonna be able to sort of get lost. I'm assuming that we're gonna just kind of have the one route we can take. Clearly we don't need to fight these guys, but she kind of went into it. Oh, she's dead. Fucking hell. Alright, so what happens if I just leave? Is he gonna say that I can't leave her behind? No. Okay. Is she gonna be alive with 0 health now, or just go through the door? Yeah, okay. No, wow, she even got a little bit of health back, actually. Oh, wow, okay, that's interesting. I figured I would just, like, switch back to Soki, but I guess not. I wanted to parry, but they just ran past me. Okay. I do really like the addition of being able to suck these guys in with the absorb. Fighting these guys in 3 was so incredibly annoying because they just like kept flying away. I guess I should have swapped to her and had her absorb them so she would get some health. Switch ally. Oh, okay, cool. Remove. I could just remove her. yeah, I still haven't tried the flurry. I did unlock it, but then I never tried it again. Sure, whatever. I should enhance her armor so I can give her stuff. White flashing is doing quite a number on me, I'm feeling. Bring it up to 10 again. Number 10? Level 10? Fuck it, might as well. A little more. Attacks plus 20%. Okay, so this one is just has a higher attack stat, but it's not like particularly exciting beyond that. Okay, so Mikatsuki, this is the one I got most recently. So you set this, and then you can like enhance it. But you still she doesn't actually have it equipped just because we did this. Try this, why not? So now I have to go back here, go back into the equipment screen and make sure that she actually has this equipped. There we go. And now that she can have something else. Some more max HP, I guess. Alright, so now we got the white pearl. Another door we can go through. These two? No. Well, that means we probably went through... Maybe this one was blocked by the blue wall before. We can go in here now, so why don't we try it and see if we can make sense of what we're supposed to do here. Oh. We're a little more aggressive here. I guess I shouldn't set it to recover because she's not going to actually block. Well, we got another gem here. Oxygen Earth. Let's get out of here before she gets destroyed. I don't know how I'm expected to keep any amount of track, but I think I got one that had like all 6 slots open or whatever. Oh, okay. Where can I go now? Did I change? Boy. Not that easy to keep track of. What's up, Lamisar? Yeah, Sanuch, it's nice. Always nice to have language options. I'm surprised they would have taken it out of the PAL version. Although I suppose it's entirely possible that the PAL version just has more text languages. So maybe they had to take something out. Who knows? Oh, okay. Carry out the technique within the time limit. Critical times 5. That's interesting. That's a different type of thing. The way these just like trigger, it gets so weird. I'm assuming I can't just do the block parry. Oh shit, you're right, Lumstar. Wow, thanks for reminding me. Completely, that had completely slipped my mind. Of course, I was like dead tired after the stream yesterday, but I didn't set it up before today. Let me do that. You can enjoy these butt rock while we do that. So first of all, of course, yesterday's stream is complete. Alright, let's have some kind of icon, I guess. Give me a minute, guys. Twitch, there we go. And there we go. Community challenge started. Yeah, this game is quite different from the others in many ways. It has loot. It has levels and stats. It has a party, although we only have one character. Yagyu Jubei she's not the actual, like she's, I don't know. I guess it's not entirely clear, but it's implied quite heavily that she's part of the Yagyu family. But she's taken the name Jubei. So we're playing as Hideyoshi's whatever son or whatever, who's like what's the word? Not abdicated, but renounced? Is that the word? I don't know. Given up his name because he doesn't want to be associated. So he's Soki. What was it? The Demon of Ash or whatever. He's got he wasn't like, he doesn't seem to know exactly why he has the power to absorb souls or why he's like a demon warrior or whatever, but he just is for reasons. Well, I mean, in fairness, every new game has had a new protagonist. It's not a new thing. But there's a lot of, like, the game has not done a super great job of, like, explaining a lot. Like, it's throwing a bunch of stuff at us without really providing a lot of context or explaining why we should care. It's I don't know, it's a lot of, that's a little bit mysterious. I've definitely felt the game being a little bit, I don't know. Can you attack me so I can parry? Or counter? Let's try and do the... Okay, that counts. Good. I was trying to chain, but I realized too late I should have rather. Wait, how is... Definitely extremely fuck this up. Archers. No, attacking. Definitely press block, but that's fine. I fucked it up there. There we go. That worked. I didn't get to absorb it into souls. Bronze, I'll take it. Fine. Whatever. So if the souls don't disappear. Alright, grass. We get a shit reward for it, of course. Where were we? Got something. Okay, let's just keep walking around. I already did this. Like, the combat's good. A lot of it, like, landing counters and shit is, like, incredibly, like, the chain... Well, first of all, it, like, fucking works. Oh, that's the challenge. Redo it. The chain Isen was, like, incredibly awkward and difficult to perform in 3. But in this game, it works a lot better and easier. I guess I did this already, right? Means I collected this. Wait, what? Oh, I guess I didn't go here yet. But other than that, like, as far as our objectives on a micro and macro scale, as far as our kind of the obstacles that are placed before us, as far as the kind of level design and everything goes, like as far as the traversal and making progress, it's just a lot of stuff that, for one reason or another, that I'm definitely struggling to put my finger on what it might be, just isn't compelling me. Parry? Isn't compelling me in the same way previous games did. Like, I've been streaming for what, 4 or 5 hours at this point? Yeah, something like that. And I feel like after that amount of time, in all 3 of the previous games, if I was like kind of wrapping up the first stream, I was definitely like excited to see where things were going next, or like what we were gonna see, or what we were gonna do. And I feel like, I mean, we're playing for a while still here tonight, but, and I will continue playing, of course. But I really don't feel like if I were to end here, I just don't feel like I'm like super invested in like continuing and seeing what's gonna come next. Which I feel like is a little bit of an indictment. And it's hard, like, it's weird because it's not like the game's bad. Oh, what am I missing? There's just like something that, there's something missing, I feel like. You know, I mentioned before, of course, like there's maybe some weirdness that we would like. Just like the game opens with a fight against a literal giant robot. This like castle turns into a giant mech, which is like, you know, pretty sick. But that hasn't like, that sort of tone and style hasn't carried through with the rest of the game. Oh, off attack. I think I pressed the button too late. Oh yeah, right, that's the thing. I'll try that next time. No, fuck. Oh, I'm actually low health. Gem habit. But yeah, the sort of upgrade system with souls and the weapons, like, at its core, it functions similarly, of course. You put souls into weapons and they level up. But there's like, because there's like this whole loot system, there's infinitely more weapons, and you can level them up a lot more too. And you have like, yeah, rings and necklaces and shit to equip. It's just a lot of management of characters and stats and items that was not a thing in previous games, which it's an addition that I'm not particularly excited by, to say the least. We did get some new pearl here. Put someplace else. But like, I'm hoping that once, you know, there's more of a Denma presence, let's say, that we get to see some more exciting, weird, outlandish stuff. But like the truly like rad shit in that sense, like, usually just came at pretty much the very end of either previous game, so I don't feel like I really want to just kind of hope for that. You know, like, I don't think that would be enough. Let's just get out of here before she blows herself up. But the game has like levels, and you know, some levels might be cooler or more exciting than others. We've yet to have any kind of interesting boss fights. There was the giant beetle thing, which looked cool, but it wasn't that exciting a fight, you know? Like, everything looks the same, like... Really can't keep track of... Like, I'm literally just going back and forth here and just trying everyone. Hoping to get some enemies for some extra souls here and there, I suppose. I think these guys are kind of cool. They're obviously kind of similar to enemies in the previous games, but overall, like, it's like every aspect of this game. It's not that it's all terrible, but it's like I'm not even talking about the mechanics or stuff, but like the creature design, the levels, the environments, like everything finds some way to be ever so slightly more generic, I guess. Okay, so change this already. I'm guessing the doors, the barriers aren't going to change. Ooh, boy. Yeah, but I like every now and then there's some really nice addition. Like again, you're fighting these floaty skull things, and you can actually you can use the absorb to suck them in, which they were like irksome in the first game, but not a big deal. And then in the third game in particular, they keep like floating through the walls. They run away and steal all their shit. Like, they're just so annoying to deal with. And here they're back to being more trivial than ever, kind of. But letting you use the absorb to sort of suck them in, I think is a great compromise, because it's... There we go. You still kind of have to deal with them, but you have the means to deal with them, which you kind of didn't. Oh. So new? Flying enemies? I don't have ranged weapons though, so. But at least you can do this move on command. Kind of reaches them. Kind of do it at least. That worked. She's just gonna get herself killed. The juggles are kind of sick. Oh, finally. That was not that exciting. That was quite tedious.
この状況で平然と立ってるって時点で普通の侍じゃないよな。なんとか言え。この術はお前がやったのか。
This guy from the intro, right? Who I think we were introduced to by name, but we still have no sense of who it actually is. But it was like fighting Genma, right? Seemed to be a good guy.
先を飛ばしただけだ。俺の相手をどこかで怖がってる心が自分の死の幻惑を見せた。畜生、殺されるな。
Like all the cinematics have this weird color palette to them also. It doesn't like match the in-game graphics at all, which is kind of strange. You gonna kidnapped again? Okay, not quite.
この黒き力間違いないこの男こそ
Is he finally gonna like explain and bestow me with some demon powers and shit? Even though like obviously I have demon powers already. Hey, finally a boss fight. So yeah, as I mentioned, I think the intro we saw this guy fight some Genma something or other. And he was talking about like basically like we're gonna need a new Onimusha. And, I guess he's found us now. Like Isen are so fucking cool in this game. Like, overall, like all these like the the hit sparks and everything. canceling into this. Like, the combat's good, for sure. Weird high frames in the cover there. Probably gonna die. Yeah, that was a combo. Died. It's so funny. You don't need to like load a save or anything. Continue, which is convenient. A nice quality of life. Like, it's a lot easier, it's less finicky to actually attack people who are on the ground. Juggles that happen? I don't know. Can I fucking kick and follow up with an instant? I have no idea what I did or how that works, but that was fucking sick. Like, holy shit, like, that fucking owns. The combat is so cool, but everything around it is like, just feels like a lot more of a slog than the other games. And like, this level in particular was very tedious. But you know, there's still hope for this game.
あの10兵衛のムクロは幻だな。いかにも。あんた一体何者だ。自己紹介は後だ。
Okay. I was gonna say, just end the stage like that. I'll explain later. Oh, okay. Actual monsters. That's pretty cool. See, this is shit we need more of. Then we have text dialogue. Just like bringing down the pace of everything. Yeah, the huge game has spotted us. Well, I want to ask you, but we have to take care of that thing first. If there was ever a time to use the power hidden within you, now is that time. Well, we have a new friend. Guess we'll just run up and hit him real hard. Why not? It's weird. Trying to get those old. Awkward. Oh, I can't switch to the lanes. We're not that good friends just yet. I saw something like those actions. I should probably heal. I don't know. I think Street Fighter 4 had a pretty good soundtrack. I think Street Fighter 4 and 5 has a lot of good music. I haven't felt like this music has made much of an impression, but I mean, I'm not really like the way my audio is kind of set up. It's not like super loud, and I'm also, you know, I'm just talking over everything, so it's harder for me to sort of pay attention. Whatever. Like blocking and stuff, like the way, yeah, when you get like sort of guard crush like that, there's big, actually very similar to Street Fighter 4. because that happens in the other games too. Like you can block pretty much anything, but some attacks just sort of breaks through your guard, so you become vulnerable right afterwards for follow-up attacks. But when that happens in this game, it's like entirely clear that that's what's happening, which is nice. I'm like not doing super well here. Like, am I supposed to fuck around until he sticks that thing in the ground? We got some slowdowns. Slow down. I think I got a little bit lucky there. Because it broke my guard, but it just so happened to like sort of push me out of the way. That's fine. I feel like I don't really want to, like if I can avoid it, I would prefer not to beat a boss by just like brute forcing and tanking and just like using all my healing items. Oh my god, okay, this is unskippable. It sucks, but it's not that long at least. Base, forgot about that. Right to look at, but it's kind of cool. If you like tap sideways when you're blocking, or any direction really, you do this like sidestep kind of thing. Just interesting, it's a cool maneuver, it's not bad, but kind of easily good when you don't really need Hitboxes are a little bit mysterious here, though, I'd say. Hitboxes are a little mysterious sometimes. His pattern's a little unpredictable. It's really hard to kind of get a sense for when you can, like, obviously if I played completely, like, stay away as far away as I can until I just wait for him to bury the thing in the ground. I guess that's maybe safe, but I don't even feel like I don't know, like I don't exactly know if he's even gonna do it, or like I don't know. Oh, he just died. Sorry, they're just. Oh. Just like a lot of your when you're it's hard to explain, but like sometimes it's hard to get a sense for when you can block and not, or like sort of recovery on your attacks. I didn't even mean to. I don't know, I guess we'll just try just standing out of the way and wait to see if the opportunity presents itself. Guess so. Like I guess I'm just like don't want to believe that that's how this fight is designed. You're supposed to literally do nothing. It's really boring, I guess. I'll wait here, I guess. Orbs, oh, I guess that's strategy, just hang out. Is he ever gonna use special moves? Oh! Okay. Oh my! Oh! I was like, wow, okay, I somehow had armor or iframes or something, but then he swung back before my animation ended, so I still got hit. It's like, I have to consider, like, all right, so either I use every healing item, or this fight takes 2 hours. So I get to do like 20% damage, and then I have to wait several minutes before I get to even try again, basically. I want to see if I can at least land some straight hits in between, but I guess it's not. It's what's getting me killed. There's like elemental damage and shit, so I wonder if maybe I have a weapon that has some elemental aspect that he is weak to or something. See, it's like the way you like character moves also, it's like super hard to just do. Like, maintain spacing after an attack. Dude, I keep accidentally doing the dashes, so I just want to walk. Getting comboed, basically. Alright, so let's try. Did get basically half health. On 2 openings, so hopefully we can kill him on 2 more openings. Okay, cool. That worked out. That's not at all what I meant to do. Did an accidental whirlwind attack. Just wanted to adjust my footing a little bit between attacks. but it game read it as a down-up input. Nope. I mean, I could have. I was being greedy. Sure. Like that. Oh shit! You're forgetting I have to reset his strat. No. Didn't mean to do the forward lunge. I guess I really don't need to be aggressive at all, because once he does sticks that ball into the ground, at this health we should be able to go. There we go. There we go. See, like, even this, like, the creatures need sort of, and like, the combat was a little different, but it wasn't exactly a fun fight. Like, even if some of the other boss fights in the previous games weren't, like, the strategies and patterns were maybe not always super duper fun, they weren't, like, annoying.
じいちゃんを知ってるのか何者なんだあんた
そして黒き鬼に見出されし者怪人の早期だ早期って呼んでくれ我が名は南工房天海秀吉の玄魔の野望をくじくため鬼の魂を宿す者を求め旅していたようやく会えた鬼の魂を受け継ぐ者たちを鬼最強にして最悪の力を持つ我ら人間最後の切り
So, like, this is our introduction to the whole, like, hey, you're you know, not a holy warrior exactly, but some kind of you know, there's some kind of higher power involved, and we're destined to fight on behalf of humanity, etc. And this is like fucking 5 hours into the game. Well, 5 hours into the stream. That's, you know, ranting about Final Fight remakes and whatever. But yeah, like 4+ hours into this. Stage 5 cleared, and like our characters are just about to learn what this game is about. I'm slightly worried this game is going to be a lot longer than it ought to be. I mean, I've been worried. Like every game has been longer than the last. And this game's on 2 discs even. Like technically, I guess there is a lot of FMV, even if it's like in-engine cutscene stuff. Like it looks like it's all video. And there's like the dual voice tracks and everything, but like maybe there's just a lot of game. So we didn't recruit Gun Lady. I guess we're getting her in the party later on.
そいつも鬼の血を引いてるとか
いやだが玄馬そして秀吉の野望を阻止するためには欠かすことのできない男だロベルトの協力なくして我々の
His face looks weirdly.
そこまで言われちゃ
Actually, it kind of goes for Soki as well. Like when you put the 3D models right next to this gorgeous artwork, like 3D models end up looking pretty. Not ugly exactly, but not as refined, not as like stylistically confident. They just have this very, like, I don't know, perfunctory kind of look and feel to them. Combined. Oh, okay, so it's just the same. idea here, I guess. No. Still no idea. Oh, there we go. Samurai's choker. Lance ring. Oh, I do have two. Okay, yeah. Here, take it. Okay, sure. Whatever. It's probably worth doing. Get all this lore. Know your age. Come on, tell me. ... I don't know. Yeah, it's just weird, like how certain things feel like super polished, and then some things just feel super kind of cheap. Not that, again, like that this is anything super weird, but just based off of what was kind of established by previous games.
何の用事だ? 何の用事だ? 何の用事だ?
Whatever. Okay, let's shop, I guess.
Yeah. どれにするんだ?
Gloves of Hades. So now all of a sudden we have all kinds of different... Okay, so that's gonna be her guns, right? So we got gloves and spears, I guess. So that's... I'm sure that's Tenkai's weapon, right? So you can buy... It's actually not that expensive. Well, it's not that cheap either, really, but... Poison State, that sounds... I feel like I should have some of these just... in case... Once I find myself dealing with Poison States, I would like to probably have some kind of way to deal with it. Like, all this shit, like, I can't imagine ever having the patience or interest to, like, keep swapping equipment back and forth to, like, optimize my build shit. Like, how do I even know when someone attacks me with dark attack or light magic or, like, when... Ugh. Are you gonna, like, change your equipment based on individual enemies you're fighting? I mean, I guess maybe in some boss fights, if you happen to have a elemental protection against, like, something that's very obviously used by that boss, then maybe, but... It's just so much management for... Sure, like, 20% is not... I mean, you have so many other games like this where you know, you upgrade or you get, like, random drops with, like, a 0.2% fire resistance or whatever, like, that shit is, like, completely intangible. 20% is very much tangible, but even so, even that skirts the line of how much you really are gonna actually perceive once you're kind of fiddling with those things. At least, I don't know. I think taking this stuff in this direction for a game like this does not make the game appeal more to me. I can say that much. Gloves of Hades. I guess that's Roberto. He's like a boxer. That's pretty sick. I'm excited for him. High damage too. But do I, like, buy weapons for them ahead of time? That seems kind of weird. Light sword. 28 for combo. Guess what else am I spending money on? facilities you can buy multiples. Like, why would I need to buy more than one? Hey, what's up, NPC? Happy Saturday. So now I don't even know, like, sell. I don't use. I don't know. It's worth a hell of a lot. Interesting. I didn't want to use the stuff because I was like, we keep getting new characters, so it's like, so I don't want to starve them of anything necessary. So Kurama, okay, yeah. Dave's gloves, firearms. Well, I should get this to level 3 at least, I guess. Although, am I gonna give him different weapons? At least it seems safe to invest into the armor, because that's... doesn't seem like you can replace it. Like, that's the thing that feels that... in the old games, it's a matter of priorities, but you only have your, like, 3 weapons, and then maybe you can also put souls in armor and the gauntlet. But here, it's like, it's just an unknown. Like, you don't know whether, like, you're actually gonna keep these weapons, or for how long, or how do you know whether this is the right weapon to put points into and stuff like that. It's just so kind of frustrating. The black sword was like high level. Yeah, it's like a high damage, but it's, yeah, the 3-hit combo weapons, like the slow weapons, were just kind of iffy to use. But I guess... good. Spending a lot of points here. Bring this to level 5. Because the weapons, once you get up in level, like, it's actually... you're spending quite a bit of chunk of change to actually level it up, so... But now those 2 guys at least have access to the level 3 magic move. What skills? Okay, let's max out chain. Where's this? Yeah, I just wanted to like max out the stat to see if it gave us something. Oh boy. Well, let's give him 3 here. See what else he gets? F drill. Back, forward. Okay. High speed spin attack. Isn't that? Curious to see. Okay. I don't really need that. Doesn't actually give me anything. Nope, doesn't do anything either. L jab. So maybe the unlocking new things, maybe that's only for attacks, but I don't know, the game doesn't tell me. Which, to be clear, it's not an issue. I mean, it's not a problem. I realize that I'm making it sound like I'm mad at the game for not giving me every piece of information up front. That's fine. I'm just saying it means I have to kind of guess a little bit, but that's okay, because I feel like any system like this where I have to put points into 50 different things, to some degree, it's going to be arbitrary. I'm just going to guess. Like, how would I know exactly what's going to benefit me? I'll just kind of, you know, you play it by ear and kind of hope for the best. That's sort of how it goes. Oh yeah, you can go
どこ
back
に
to
戻
previous
るでござ
levels.
るか？
So there's tests of valor that we didn't get or didn't find, I guess, but
早期だな。
is he also like 3 people have to confirm that we're moving? Okay, Sawayama Castle.
ロベルトって西洋人の救出だな。
そうだ。
Sure, you'll have tons of experience to waste. I mean, I wouldn't expect that really, because even in the other games, you don't really like. In 3, I ended up maxing out everything by the very end.
城下町に釘付けにしておきたいのだが。
But I also did all of the Bloody Palace stuff,
十兵衛、お前に頼む。
all that I could find anyway.
おとりよ。やだよ。
But this game,
俺も生きて。
so not only is it absolutely not a given that you will have enough to like level everything up, in this game in particular, you can revisit levels. You can like go back to grind. So because this game gives you the option to grind,
そう？
to me that implies that there's some level of expectations on us to grind, which means that they could very much balance things such that you need to grind in order to like level everything up as much as you would like.
参っちゃうよ。そこまで言われちゃうと。
But the fact that you can't really know is also a little bit uncomfortable. Like all of this stuff is part of why I don't tend to like these kinds of systems in games. 'Cause I don't like to like if it's like a 6-hour game, it's less of a big deal because you can kind of like, all right, I've gained some knowledge on this for the next time playing this. Maybe I'll try this going this route or whatever. And that's also assuming that's a game you enjoy to the point where you would want to replay it multiple times regardless. But this game like presents itself, in my opinion, as more of a, I don't know, a game where I'm like investing everything in how I do it. And maybe I'm just colored by more modern games that tend to be much bigger and longer, where you absolutely would not have that expectation of multiple playthroughs and stuff. I mean, the game on the save file, it lists right there, like, which playthrough I'm on. And all of the previous games are kind of, there's some degree of expectations of multiple playthroughs and everything. But when a game is just, you know, feels like a little bit of a slog to begin with, and the idea of finishing this and then continuing and starting over, like, feels so remote. I guess it's not strictly counted, you know, it's not strictly a matter of length of game and playtime, but it's more like how you feel about the idea of being expected to keep playing and starting over. Because that, at its core, is not something like, I keep saying that about games in general. Like, I'd rather have a game want me to play it multiple times than take 60 hours to complete it once. But I guess it's also perfectly fine for a game to be 6 hours and not have expectations of playing it multiple times to get more out of it. Because that's the thing. If a game, I'm just taking the number of 6 hours out of thin air, but if a game is of a certain length, but there is also an expectation that you engage with it further, then that length isn't really the beginning and ending of that consideration either, because all of a sudden you're expected to play it 5 times, and then your 6 hours becomes 30. Then it's just a different thing. I guess they're implying here that the boss made a hole in the ground, so we keep going. Is that this?
鬼の血を引く者を探していたという侍、南光坊天海。宗貴と十兵衛の中に秀吉に対抗しうる鬼の力を見出した天海は、二人と行動を共にすることとなった。
Crank. Here, same thing. But yeah, there's also this stuff, like every level we find stuff to like, oh, you need to come back here. I'm dead after all. Cool. Echo effect, but yeah, like you're definitely expected to revisit stages at the very least. And so far, none of the stages have in and of themselves been fun enough to make me want to, like, man, I want to play this part again. That being the case, you know. Oh, poison. Alright, okay, there we go. I wonder if the poison runs out by itself. Could be. Oh yeah, it actually just did. Okay, so I guess the antidote thing is kind of useless. Oh, unless that wasn't poison, but it does seem like it. There's the map. Hang it out, of course. That's how it usually goes in these games. Fucking Onimusha 3 camera angles. Alright. Keep me there, that's fine. It's oh, okay, nothing to interact with there. Level him up. I think Jube's maybe falling behind a little bit on bars. Fine. Try this guy out, I guess. Not sure if you need to swap, but save. Oh, okay. So, yeah, someone compared it to RE5, like more specifically in terms of like annoying AI shit, I guess, but that's not gonna work. Do this. That's not gonna work. There we go. But even the fact that got this kind of puzzles in general, but not, I can't even call it puzzles, but just like interactions. Running wind. There we go. That's a wind weapon, I'm assuming. Forged with the power of wind. Quickly grows more powerful with the infusion of red souls. What, like relative to other weapons? Yeah, I should probably put some stuff in his pockets here. Our thrust attack moves by 20. Okay. He's like good at those, I guess, right? Because I leveled it up, so sure, let's give him that. So I guess the everything we had equipped on Jubei is now like returned to our pool of items. At least it doesn't get like stuck in limbo because she's not with us. That's good. Actually, she probably... Well, I wonder if she keeps them equipped when we swap, because if I put anything on Tenkai, I'm not going to have the two characters at the same time, so there's no reason why it couldn't just be equipped to both of them, actually. Samurai's Joker, yeah. Defense by 5. I can't, like... Oh my god, like... Stats, just... How are we doing on goals? 495. At least in this section, at least seems as characters don't like run around too much. I might be wrong. I'm wrong. I have to. Oh. No, don't. I have to make sure he doesn't start running out on that thing. Rather silly. Door over here? Guess so. I don't know, like, it's like they wanted to introduce more verticality in the level layouts in this game, but it just means like every single area just has like all these platforms and ladders and elevators and are just like so much more tedious to navigate. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, you need the elevator up there. Okay, but I can just check. It's just like, I don't know, there's... I feel like 50 different flavors of tedium in this game, which is like something that wasn't really as much of a thing in the others. Like swap them, I guess, but let's just see what's... I don't need to go past that, really. If I do get up here, I can talk to this fella. I don't know if it gives me anything. Hey there, monk. What are you in such a hurry for? Door's locked anyway. Well, that was a good idea, as it turns out. Oh my god. I can't. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I guess you have to do that? This is not fun. We've come across boxes like this before. I wonder if... They seem very conspicuously pushable. Well, how you would do it, I guess. Can't save here, right? Oh, you can. Okay, good. Because I had the impression before that you can only save between stages. Like, but some of the stages were pretty long. That didn't make much sense. I guess I just didn't think of it. Lock has been opened. What are these things? I'll just wait here with him. Ladder's been unfolded. Right here before? Oh, is this the same room from before? I just didn't notice the ladder? Oh, I mean, I guess I wouldn't have noticed it because it wasn't really there. Dude, descends. I don't think I was here before. Alright, let's just collect some souls. Okay. That's extremely bad timing on my part. Fuck. I like leveled up the everything and I'm still terrible at it. It's just the guard crush effect. I was like, whoa, that looked like a pair, but no. Where is the... this might be the room, actually. Just camera angles all different. Should have picked the other guy, because there's a bunch of dead people here. Can I bring him here? Is there another switch here? No. Oh. Wait, is he gonna stay on the... No, he went down. I was like, wait, is he gonna just stay on the ladder so I can't climb up here? But no. It worked out. It worked out. Put him on here? Yeah. Wow. You know, I didn't even think about it. But I can swap characters, and even Soki can regain health from just idling when he's my partner. That's kind of neat. Okay, so I think I just got a new weapon. Talking to a dead guy. Okay. Kind of invisible octopus. Okay. Absorption to make them reappear. As long as they're visible, they can take damage. Okay, that's kind of neat. Well, let's see what we got here. Gamma. Okay. Damage up. Is it any... Spear imbued with the power of darkness and fire. That's interesting. Quinsu Ocha, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Or combo attribute dark. Okay, sure. Seems like a step up. Oh, yeah, do I have to like absorb towards it? Can I lock on? Oh, shit. Thanks. Didn't really hit the way I wanted it to, but it's fine. Alright, what you got? Red. What's that mean anyway? Oh, there we are. Upper gear. There we go. We can unfold a bridge. Do you unfold a bridge? I don't think that's the word. We can lower the bridge, I guess. Why did it go down? That's weird. That should be just back.
さあ行こうぜ
Whichever way is back. It should be this way. I guess we have a map. Yes, okay. I'm guessing the stuff we didn't explore on the northern part over there is stuff that we can't get to just now anyway. It's gonna be my assumption. I can't be bothered exploring anyway. Wow, okay. Did a lot of damage. Gear's been set. Let's go. First, of course. Dang. Got him. Shit is immensely satisfying. I'm not super hot on this game in a lot of ways, but like every time that happens, you're like, oh yeah, right, I forgot. This shit owns extremely hard. I don't want to play more of it. I just want to have that happen more. I want to play so I can have that happen. I guess we have to stop and talk to every dead person here. Just in case they give us fucking weapons and shit. Oh, he can't. See, so we gotta go back here with Jubei so she can walk. Like, oh, that's so, like, it feels so gross. Like, it's just designed to be time-consuming and tedious. Guess we have to go find another gear for this because we couldn't get the other one. I mean, you would think once the bridge is lowered that it would be fine. Timing for Isen, like you don't do it with from a parry, it's definitely a bit. Being poison, I'm not sure why his health is draining. That's crazy, yeah. Oh no, you don't. Alright, that felt pretty good. Wait, what happened to the other guy? Did he just... He just despawned himself? Okay, whatever. Maybe when I killed the mushroom, the soldiers died too? I'm not sure the logic behind that is, but maybe. Irie, okay. So, okay, it looks like that's a thing in there. Let's save and take a look. So yeah, we can switch. At least you don't have to replay the level. So I could switch to Jubei and then go back to that thing. But still, oh my god, what a nuisance. I've been streaming for like 6 hours now. It's 7 p.m. I really need to get some dinner. But before we do wrap up, let's save here and let's take a look at what's on the other side of that door. Attacks against ice enemies plus 20% effect now available. Oh yeah, I didn't even pay attention. I thought he would get magic attack level up, but I guess he doesn't with this weapon. Oh yeah, let's actually save. that could have ended poorly. It just was like a big... Oh, this might even be locked. Oh, well, okay. I just wanted to see this in case there's like something cool happening, so we can start off with something cool and not just being stuck in caves, wandering aimlessly when we start the next stream. Get a load of this guy. Do I have to fight him before we're friends again?
Devo matar Royce. No intentes detenerme.
フロイスという男を殺しに行くから邪魔をするなと言っている。
ちょっと待てよ。とりあえずは俺たちと行動を共にしてくれ。
¿Quieres morir japonés?
何すんだよ。
¡Maldición! No tengo tiempo para eso. Si me obligas, te mataré.
Yep, of course.
今のはなんとなく分かった。こっちだって水郷で助けたんじゃないんだ。力ずくでも止めるぜ。黙って見ててくれよ。
いいだろう。だが殺すなよ。大事な男だ。
おっと。俺は女子供と丸腰のやつを切る趣味はないぜ。
No necesito esos juguetes mortales.
そうかい。それじゃ遠慮なく行かせてもらうぜ。
Alright, well, I guess we're gonna find out what this fight is like on Monday. So we'll wrap up here. Made some good progress. Feeling a little bit like, I don't know. I was hoping I would be more positive on this game. It's not terrible, but it is the other, even 3, which I ended up being a little more lukewarm on than I expected. It's, I don't know. I'm excited to see more of this. I want to do more Issens. I want to see the other characters and everything. I want to see it through for sure. I was hoping that I would be able to finish this stream with some excitement for the next time, and I frankly don't have a lot of it, really. I mean, I'll do it. You know, it's not a big deal. It's not a problem. It's just I'm not super stoked for it. If I was playing this in my own time, I wouldn't feel very compelled to continue, I don't think. But I do think, if anything, I think the most fascinating aspect is like there's something about this game that's just kind of uncompelling, and I couldn't even tell you what it is. I mean, some of it is the tedium with the elevators and shit, but it's just a tiny example. At the same time, like, there's so much of it that's like perfectly adequate and competent and totally fine. Not bad, but it's... I guess this isn't strictly my favorite type of game, at least unless it's done in a very specific way or a very like high quality way. But there's just, this game is just missing something in terms of personality, I think, because when that aspect is there and done well, it just, you know, it can pull a lot of weight. But it's I don't know, there's still plenty of time for this game to redeem itself, and we'll see how it goes. But for now, I'm a little lukewarm on it. I would say it's not gonna it's not ranking very high on this list in this series so far, but we'll see. Anything can happen. Things can change. I wasn't hot on Onimusha 2 to begin with, but then I kind of loved it by the end. So we'll see. We'll see. In any case, thanks a lot for hanging out, guys. I hope you have a nice rest of your weekend. I'll be back on Monday, as mentioned, with more Shin Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. So hopefully I'll see you then. We shall visit someone and see what they're up to. Let's check out some PC 8801 gaming with Trap. That's always exciting, interesting stuff. Educational. Well, we're probably gonna see some games we haven't seen before. Sounds good to me. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. See you next time. Bye.